Chuck, Chuck.
Hey, Tom, how's it going?
You guys,
Hey,
Hey, Greg.
what's happening?
We'll need to pass out cigars this way. No fearless leader.
Dave's on. Chip's
I
on.
am here. I am here.
I see Chip and Mike too, so I think we're all here but Amy so far.
Yeah, so we've got one, I think, two active subcommittees with 200Q and 596 North. So somebody clicked one of those links and it kicked off that meeting with a recording. And so it didn't, because it's affiliated with ZBA, it didn't let us start this meeting. So Sherry to the rescue.
It must have been the grandfather.
I didn't ask her to name names, but it was probably somebody who's
But
on
it
one of
was
those
Jim
subcommittees.
McBain.
No. Mine's at least a week away.
Doesn't mean you didn't click the link, but we'll let it go at that. We are here now. We'll give it an, let's see, I think 7:01. Let's see, I think we have our quorum, right? Gail is here. Great, good. Nikki's here, okay.
Hey, Gail.
My God.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I met your daughter Kim today.
I heard.
Conroy and it's kind of confusing.
Conway.
Conway, that's pretty close, huh?
It is. She only had to change a couple letters.
All right, is everyone ready? Okay, last description. Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. We will call this meeting to order for the Town of Wakefield Board of Appeals for May 25th, 2022. We'll start with a roll call of members. Jim McBain,
Here.
Chip Tarbell,
Here.
Joe Pride,
Here.
Tom Lucy,
Here.
Greg McIntosh,
Here.
Mickey Feely.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Amy Wall is excused. We know she had a conflict, and Dave Hatfield chair is present. Oop, we're getting some feedback somewhere. Okay. Okay, we will proceed to the reading of the legal notice. Joe, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Thank you.
Consistent with the governor's orders extending certain provisions of the open meeting law, every effort will be made to allow the public to view and or listen to this meeting in real time. If you do not have a camera or microphone or your computer, you may use the following dial-up number: 1-301-715-8592, meeting ID 82550046377, passcode 388455. Please use only dial-in or computer and not both, as audio feedback will distort the meeting. The meeting will be audio and video recorded in compliance with the Americans with Disabled Act. This location is accessible to people with disabilities. Wakefield provides reasonable accommodations and or language assistance free of charge upon request. If you're a person with a disability and require information on materials in alternate format, or if you require any other accommodations, please contact the Town Disabilities Coordinator, William Bernal, Town Engineer, at 781-246-6308 as far in advance of the event as possible. Every effort will be made to grant your request. Advance notification will enable the town to make reasonable arrangements to move, and accessibility barrier for you. 1, continued hearings. 2, 23-59, Jennifer and Jason Leon. Application for variance under Article 6, Section 130-39C5 and 190-31C6 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws, allowing an above-ground swimming pool in the side yard, a reduction and reduce the required side yard setback. The property is shown on map 04, lot parcels 136B 19A of the assessors map and is located at 45 Villeview Road. 3, 22-60, 22-61, First Baptist Church of Wakefield, application for a special permit and site plan approval under Article 4, Section 190-23 and 190-45 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws, allowing a daycare center. Application for a party agreement of a decision from the building inspector pursuant of MGL C40A and Section A of the Section 190-65 related of the applicant's desire and right to reconstruct the church and daycare facility that was destroyed by fire in October 2008 under Section 190-56 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws and MGL C40A squib 3. The property is shown on map 11, lot parcels 80 of the assessors map and is located at 80 Collins Street. 4, 22-62, 22-63, RD&D LLC, application for a determination and a finding under Article 9, Section 190-50 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws related to changes, extensions, and or alterations to the building structure or uses of the property. Application for a special permit under Article 7, Section 190-36C of the Wakefield zoning bylaws and site plan approval in conjunction therewith to allow reductions of the requirements and or standards of the off-street parking and loading. The property is shown on map 17, lot parcels 00 OF and OG of the assessors map and is located at 200 Water Street. 5, 22-64, 22-65, 22-66 Water Street, Walsh JV Realty Trust, application for a modification of a special permit previously granted pursuant to Article 7, Section 190-36C of the Wakefield zoning bylaws by the Board of Appeals dated July 14, 2000 to allow further reductions of the requirements and or standards of the off-street parking and loading application for determination and or finding pursuant to Article 9, Section 190-50 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws related to changes, extensions, and or alterations of the building structure or uses of the property. Application for a variance under Article 6, Section 190-66, seeking a variance from the requirements of Article 6, Section 190-31H of the Wakefield zoning bylaws related to proposed changes at the property. The property is shown on map 31, lot parcels 073 of the assessors map and is located at 237 Water Street. 6, 22-67, 22-68, David H. Barrett, application for determination and or finding with respects of a continuation and extension of a non-conforming use under Article 9, Section 190-50 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws related to the division of the property into 2 separate lots and the proposed raising and reconstruction of a legal non-conforming 3-family dwelling on one of the lots and the construction of a new single-family dwelling on the other lot. Application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66, seeking a variance from the requirements of Article 6 and Table 2 of the Wakefield zoning bylaws related to the reconstruction of a legal non-conforming 3-family dwelling. The property is shown on map 25. Lot parcel 10B of the assessors map and is located at 1 Hickory Hill Road, Board of Appeals.
Thank you, Joe. Enjoy a sip of water, if you will. That's quite a legal notice. Okay. So we've received some requests for continuances, so we'll take those up front as we usually do, in case anyone's here for a specific application. Starting with case 22-35 from attorney Brian McGrail, William G. Caton, or Phyllis Caton at 6 Winship Drive. Respectfully requesting that we continue the matter to our meeting on June 8th, 2022. As stated at a prior meeting, the tenant has fully vacated the premises, and now the clients have returned from Florida. The building inspector has requested an inspection of the premises to confirm the same, which should take place prior to the June 8th meeting. Also, please let this letter confirm on behalf of my client that they agree to extend the time for the Board of Appeals to render and or file a decision on this matter until July 31st, 2022.
I move that we continue.
A second.
Any discussion on the continuances?
No.
Okay, regular voting members and Tom, please. Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. And now we need a subsequent motion to extend the time for us to render a decision to July 31st as requested.
I move that we extend the time to deliver a decision till July 31st as requested.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
yes,
Tom?
Yep.
And I vote yes. So that too is unanimous. So if anyone's here for 6 Winship Drive, we will perhaps hear that June 8th. Next, the application 22-36, Derek Popek and David Michael Johnson, Studio 26 Architects at 259 Vernon Street, requesting continuance for our case to the next meeting of June 8th. We've finalized our plan, which meets the setback requirements, and are awaiting guidance from the building inspector to see if we'll actually need a special permit for this project. I will be in attendance during tonight's meeting to express my gratitude and appreciate your patience during the process. So the request is for a continuance to June 8th.
So moved. I can move that we continue it to June 8th.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Popek, are you here? Would you like to add
I
anything?
am.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for your patience. I know this has taken us a bit longer to get our act in order, but I appreciate the board and their time and all the effort you guys spent. So thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, same voting members. Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
yes,
Tom,
yes,
and I vote yes. So if anyone's here for 259 Vernon, we perhaps will hear that on June 8th. Next continued hearing was 0 North Ave, Wakefield LLC, case 22-39, the comprehensive permit at 596 North Avenue from Ignanti Stereo LLP. And requesting that we continue the hearing to the next hearing on June 8th. Is Jesse here?
Yes, I am. Good
Hi.
evening, Mr. Chair.
Hello. So I know your letter had a few more points on it. Would you like to just verbalize and summarize that for the board members?
Certainly, having just a brief issue with my camera for the moment. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The letter that I submitted earlier this afternoon requested a continuance to the board's next meeting on June 8th and provided just a brief status update to the members of the board regarding the status of this project. As Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy are aware, we have been involved in the subcommittee hearings with them. We've had 2 meetings. The most recent one was last Thursday, and our meetings have been productive so far. The most recent meeting was also attended by the board's MHP technical consultant, as well as the town's conservation agent. We are scheduled for a next meeting next Thursday on the issue of civil site and the building location and general layout. And we're making progress. We do intend to have a plan to show Mr. McBain and Mr. Lucy at the next meeting. Assuming that there's no further complications with that plans or large objections to it, we would plan to present that to the board at the June 8th meeting for your review of that plan, and then move forward with continued subcommittee meetings with respect to the architecture and landscape design of the project. So that was the brief status update that I provided in my letter, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions for him from other board members?
No, given the update, I move that we grant the continuance to the next meeting.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. So that project will, sounds like, hopefully we'll hear from that on June 8th. All right, next one, regarding case numbers 22, 52, 53, 54, and 55. Received a memo from Brian McGrail dated today. This is Noria Energy Corporation at 356 Lowell Street, requesting that we continue to June 8th and continuing to work on additional information and revisions that were requested by the board at our last hearing.
I move that we continue this to our next meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
yes,
Tom,
yes,
and I vote yes. Somebody was here for 356 Lowell. That too may be heard at June 8th. We'll see. They're all queuing up. And lastly, also from Attorney Brian McGrail dated today, case numbers 22, 64, 65, and 66. Water Street Wash, I apologize. JV Realty Trust at 237 Water Street. This was actually a new hearing, so the request is to continue this yet unopened hearing to June 8th, 2022. Because of a conflict of my client cannot attend tonight's hearing.
Oh, because it's on the list, Mr. Chairman, we need to continue it even though we haven't opened it.
Yes,
Okay.
as it normally would be heard. Gary.
I move that we continue this till June 8th.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
yes,
Tom,
yes,
and I vote yes. Okay, so that new hearing, and it was here for that too is scheduled for June 8th. Okay. With that, does lighten the load a little bit, but we do still have several hearings. The first one being our lone remaining continued hearing at 2150, 51, and 52, CCF Corner Powered Property Company LLC at 200 to 400 Corner Powered Parkway. Good evening, Brian and team.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail with the applicant, CCNF. Matt D'Amico is here with me again tonight. Matt, who on our team is here? You probably can pick them off the screen better than I can, if you don't mind.
Sure, we have Eric Samuelson and Steph Thiel from Cube 3, as well as Allison from Cobley Wolf Design Group tonight.
Great, thank you, Matt. Mr. Chair, we've worked on some homework assignments from the board since the last meeting. We'd like to report on those. There's really 4 items of discussion that I have tonight. The first is the board had requested full-size copies of the landscape plan. We did cause those to be delivered directly to the board members late last week, so you should have received those. And if you have any questions, our landscape, Allison's here from Copley to answer any questions you might have on that. But again, just to state, I think you probably saw when you were able to open those plans in full-size version, the totality of the landscaping that is being added to this site compared to what's there today. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in my 30 years of doing permitting. Quite an extensive landscaping plan. The second.
So if I may, I have started to go through it, and as you say, it's probably the most extensive plan that I've had looking at 40 years of landscape plans over the last time, not only here, but out in the field. My concern is how we, if this is an approved project, how we manage making sure that everything that's supposed to get done gets done. And counting of the are we going to take it by sections, by what's the thought on how this is going to get built?
I think that's a good question. And I think on a project of this complexity or a landscaping plan with this complexity, having just finished doing the landscaping inventory with Mr. McBain and Ms. Wall at the NRP site, which, counting plants and looking at plans, I don't think you're gonna be able to do that with this, Mr. Tabell. It's just too big. So I would suggest potentially to have a condition that at the end, that Copley Wolf would provide a certification to the board with an as-built to confirm that everything has been installed as presented.
I like that idea. Just like you would the building, they sign off their stamp or license is valid and they say it's an as-built.
Yeah, with a stamped letter certifying that it's been installed according to the plan.
Yeah, and then I guess what we need to do is understanding that, between wetlands plants and availability and quantities and all that, there may be substitutions at times. So maybe what we do is we walk through, get their as-built, either accept, if they have to come back to us every time they change from 3 roadies to 4 roadies, that's going to be tiresome and unproductive for them and for us. So we have to just figure out how we go about this, because it's a little different than anything we've done before.
Chip?
Yeah.
The other thing is that normally, and this is you're right, very extensive. In other projects, we've always held a little bit of money to move things around. I'm not sure that we need to do that in this one, but I'm bringing it up only as a question.
Well, so certainly we've held, say 10 grand, so that if we think there's an empty spot along 128 that needs some work, to be able to do that, because oftentimes plans and reality are a little different. So I would think that maybe that happens, and then if it doesn't get used, it doesn't get used, right? Because understanding what it's really going to look like and understanding the size and calipers and all of that is very important, but sometimes, it just doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
No, and it's a 3-year project, so
Yeah,
over time.
right.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Do we put it in a condition, or can we, so with this amount of plants, say 4 or 5 years down the road, things start dying out, can we condition that they replant them and make sure? I mean, I don't know how you would check that, but I mean, if 5-10 years goes by and half these plants are gone.
It's part of the O&M, and they're supposed to take care of that.
All right.
The continuation and maintenance, yeah, Joe, is part of it all. Now, the difficulty is the enforcement.
Yeah.
Right. If you just take a drive down to our friendly Irving and still see the 3 stubs of trees that have died and cut and never been replaced, it's in their condition that they all have to be replaced. However, they kind of forgot that the one closest to the sign, if it really grew, would cover their sign, which is why that one's never been replaced. But yeah, it's always there. It's again, calling them out, and the enforcement's always the tough part 2-3 years down the road.
All right, I see.
The good news is as a rental apartment, they got to keep this place looking spotless, or they're not going to get top rents.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right, any other questions on the landscape aspects? Yep, go ahead.
Do we want to ask specific questions here right now, or what do you?
Yes. I
Okay,
mean, tonight's the night. I mean, we're near the end. We asked them to consolidate and update, and this is what we got. So
right.
absolutely,
Okay.
let's get them out there.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, when you look at the tree planting, there's a lot to like there. So I'm admitting I'm nitpicking here. And I appreciate the transplanting of the trees and all of that very much. But normally we don't allow 1.5-inch caliper trees. And maybe because I don't understand the tree species or where it's being placed, why that is. But if you go through, there's different size calipers being placed. If you could just talk to us a little bit about that. We generally want larger trees planted.
Of course, yeah,
Two
that's
and a
really-
half plus is what we normally look for.
Definitely, and we have, so essentially we have the planting that's within the site, our general planting, and we've got those all at 3-inch to 3.5-inch caliper trees. Some more ornamental trees, of course, mixed in. And the 1.5 inch that you're referring to are actually all in our conservation planting or the renaturalization area. So we're looking to do this really light touch there. And we've worked with the environmental consultant on the species and what's going to work best. So those are ideally kind of, we call them whips, just these much smaller trees that are going to take really fast, and they will succeed and have a much greater success from being that size. So those are kind of more on the outskirts, everything that's on the exterior of that park drive.
Just from a process perspective, so at the beginning of this plan and many iterations up until recently, none of those plantings even existed. So, you know, a desire of the Conservation Commission was there's some areas of the site that they believe will very quickly return to a wetland state, provided that wetland species are reintroduced into those areas, and that some of the areas that we're taking asphalt in on. So just like Allison said, by introducing some of the smaller caliper vegetation there, that actually helps that process.
Those decisions were in concert with talking to the Conservation Commission and not just on your own, so to speak, right?
That's correct.
All right. Chip, sorry, did I cut you off there?
No, I was just saying the excavation in the wetlands is much less for those smaller whips too. So if they're not doing any of them up around the building, it is all in conservation land from what I could see.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Other board members, any other questions on the plan? Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate the effort that went into it. And
yeah, the only other comment I'd make is that it's really important, because of the way they've done this and some of the bridges going over stuff, is that the grading actually turns out the way they're expecting it to. So we just got to really watch that as it goes in.
Yeah, and Dave, this is Greg. I guess I should bring up too that I think from what came out of our subcommittee earlier in the week with Chip and the CCNF team about sort of the amenities areas, some of this could change or probably likely will change in the, I don't know what you want to call that, center amenities area. So this isn't final. I guess we could talk more about that later. I'm assuming that was one of the 4 topics on Brian's list. Yeah, there'll be some updates there, both from I think a material standpoint and an actual, vegetation standpoint.
okay.
I got one other question, actually.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
I don't know if we talked about this earlier, but was there a plan on water runoff from gutters and stuff like that for the plantings, or we just all irrigation from town water? Meaning, like, are we gonna, I mean, there's a lot of irrigation there. It's a lot of, just wasted water. I know some towns have done underground tanks for to hold water to for irrigation of these plants, but is it all gonna be town water? I guess that's my question. All town water for irrigation?
I would need to double check our, we can include some of that detail if it's not already included in our operation and maintenance plan, but I believe in terms of, I don't have my civil engineer with me, so I can't speak to it directly, but
I thought we might have talked about it earlier, but I can't remember. If some of the water runoff coming from the gutters were going someplace else other than the Cultec system, but
I think it depends on where in the site you are. Our stormwater management system, we have probably 3 different solutions here, including the Cultec system. So I think it depends where you are on the plan, but I can note that as a level of detailed follow-up that we can provide for you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Anything else?
Yeah, the question is, are there holding tanks that are going to be used for irrigation purposes?
Well, I guess if that's really the question, our tanks and all of our stormwater management for the site is substantially oversized to incorporate, any irrigation that's going to be occurring on the site.
But are we using that water to irrigate, or is that just to collect the water?
That just collects the water.
So you're not reusing that water to water the plants?
That's correct.
Have you thought about that at all, or?
Candidly, I think it's from a cost consideration, it's pretty substantially in advance of what we could probably figure out to do. We've looked at it in other applications in the past and never really been able to make it work at this level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not pushing you in that direction in any way. I was just curious if you thought about it, ran numbers. I mean, I've seen other projects do it. That's,
Just to jump
Yeah,
in.
Matt. Yeah, Allison, have you done that in the past? Because I found it to be actually not cost prohibitive because you're pumping natural water back out and you're not paying for it. So when you do a 10-year cost benefit analysis, that actually saves you a ton of money because all you're doing is putting the drains into a big holding tank and running a pump system for your irrigation out of it.
Sure. I can look into that. As far as the irrigation goes on site, so we do have these really large rain gardens, as you've seen on there, and those have been designed to take the water, and none of those areas will be irrigated. They will just be self-irrigating from the natural water that's collecting there and surrounding. So, and the same goes for the renaturalization areas along the parkway. We're really only going to have irrigation in the general site planting.
So we're going to need to see the irrigation plan or an overview of it because that's not clear on your current plans. There's actually a note that says all planted areas are irrigated.
We can clarify that.
And those are all planted areas.
But I thought that the wetland areas basically built into the site were really more settlement areas, which any water that's surface or otherwise basically gets there before it ends up going out to the lake. So it becomes sort of a like the one that's now down by the beach area, basically, where the drainage in that area is going into that settlement area. And then basically if it fills up, then it discharges out in the lake. I was thinking these were more in that vein than what's being discussed here.
You're right, Jim. I think that's what Allison was alluding to. A lot of these are, they're rain gardens that are self-serving. And I think what Chip is saying, he just wants to understand the irrigation plan to make sure that it's understood that those aren't going to be watered, right, Chip?
Right. I mean, so the note says all planted areas are going to be irrigated. That's a planted area. Now we're being told it's not going to be irrigated. I understand that and I understand the reasoning, but I think in order for us to be able to approve something in the future, we need to have an overview of what's being irrigated and what's not being irrigated.
And for those areas that need to be irrigated, is that from the town or are there opportunities to collect and reuse some water from the site? And again, it may be a mix. It may not be all or nothing, one or the other, right? So I agree. It'd be good to have those details.
We can add that sheet to our landscape set.
Okay. All right, we'll put that as a punch list item for next time. All right, anything else? Landscape related for now? All right, thank you. Item 2, Brian.
Item 2 is Tom Lucy had mentioned the conditions, I guess he didn't say it this way, but I will, that they were somewhat scattered. So it was kind of tough to follow. They were referencing, different conditions were referencing others. So I took a look at that based on the comment that Mr. Lucy made. And after reviewing it, I very much agree with him. So I took a crack at kind of cleaning that up a little bit. And I think we submitted a copy, and I think it reads a lot better now. And we're working on finalizing the O&M plan that will work in conjunction with this. because we have to add in the, whoops, hold on. We have to add in the, bear with me for 1 second. The maintenance of the public area. So let me open those up. Okay. There we go. So what I did here, I first of all, I added all of the standard conditions that the board would normally request, rather than just kind of the unique ones, to kind of give you a complete list that I've added in. But as far, which I'm sure you'll have a chance to review, and they're fairly standard. But what I did on this, there's really, there's certain components of the project that are financial contributions that have been agreed to. And they relate to infrastructure, traffic, and environmental contributions. So I've separated those into one group. And then this is the land preservation, public access, and ongoing maintenance conditions. And I think I really tightened this up pretty significantly. And it reads much better. It flows much better. They work together. And I hope you like it that way. And it refers to, this refers to the land preservation plan, which you've seen, and I submitted a copy of that also, but I'll just bring that up quickly. You can see this plan now?
Yes.
Okay, so it refers to all of the key areas, those conditions. They refer to the lake path area. They refer to the woodlands area, which is going to be preserved, utility easement area preserved, and then the path maintenance area, which is the current town of Wakefield property that we're going to maintain. So this plan flows before we're referring to other conditions, to different types of plans. And I think the way I've structured it now, I hope you agree, is really more concise and better written.
I would agree that it is, Brian. Has Friends of Lake Quannapowitt or Concom seen any of these conditions? And if so, I'd like to get their input or agreement that this is what they thought they were signing up for. How does that work?
So what we're doing, what I actually had, as you know, the chair and I worked with town council, Tom Mullen, on some of the language in these conditions. The Conservation Commission has an interest in some of these, not all of them, but some of them are, they have a similar interest as your board does. So Tom contacted me today. I think he is going to want some further revisions on these when we talk today. And I think at the end of the day, he is probably going to make a recommendation to you and to the Conservation Commission on certain language that he will want added to this or revised. He was contacted evidently because I think the Friends of the Lake Quannapowitt reached out to the town administrator and wanted to make sure that their concerns on preservation and perpetuity in these areas were going to be addressed. So I know they've been in touch with the town administrator's office, who in turn has been in touch with town council. So I think Tom Mullen is going to kind of be the point person on this as far as a review, to kind of put a ribbon around it for both your board and the Conservation Commission. And to make sure that everything is included and in concert with each other. So this structure, I think, is good, but I think you're going to see some more revisions to this.
Thank you.
Matt, you agree with that? Are you on board with that, what I just presented?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, that's all. Matt, keep it simple.
Yeah,
Keep it simple.
I mean, I think,
yes is good.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Topbill, I think we recognize that these conditions are very important to your board. Some of them are important to the Conservation Commission. Some are obviously very important to the Friends of the Lake. We respect that. And that's why, I think Tom Mullen's input and, Tom, we spent quite a bit of time yesterday and today talking about how he might want to make some adjustments to this. And, we're going to make him satisfied at the end of the day. And I'm sure we can do that. I'm sure it'll be in the best interest of all parties.
Yeah, I mean, Concom's easy. We say you have to do whatever Concom says. Friends of Lake Quantapowhat is another little bit interesting one because you had an agreement with them. And I just want to make sure when we're all said and done, and they're like, but XYZ isn't happening, that somebody at their group knew that either XYZ was or wasn't happening based on our conditions.
I think everything's going to happen. And, quite frankly, a lot of these conditions, as you know, were driven by our request to discuss them because of our commitment to the Friends of Lake Quantapowhat to include them.
Correct.
So, and, I think these are pretty tight. I think town council wants to tighten them up even a little bit more. We're open and welcome to that process.
Yeah, and I think that's great. It's just a matter of, again, enforceability. And at the end of the day, everybody knowing what they're getting into, because there are a lot of groups that are tight with this project.
A lot of stakeholders, yep. And I think that's where town council is key here and helping to ensure that each and every one, aside from dollar amounts and those kind, are enforceable, right, down the line when we get beyond an actual approval. Yeah. Okay. But for now on the conditions again, are you?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, you're good for now?
Yeah, and once we get the O&M, then we're gonna have to take the conditions, the O&M, and make sure they're blessed and matched.
Yeah, agreed. I thought that Tom's comment last time was more towards the O&M. How it was like kind of short and just kind of was not on topic. So I think, yeah, I'm with Chip. I'd want to see how they actually all flow before I actually made any substantive comment or full comments on the conditions. They look better, but I still don't understand how everything works together without the O&M.
Yep.
And what's the target on the O&M, Brian?
I'd say next meeting.
Next meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just
We're
taking notes
looking
here.
to move this, as you know, so it's on us, and I think we'll be ready for that next meeting.
Okay.
And
All right.
hopefully we'll be ready with, I think I'm pretty confident we'll be ready with, Tom Mullen will be ready for his comments next meeting.
Yeah, and Brian, just with your O&M, go back to, again, not a construction schedule, but a sequencing schedule. So you can say which part is construction O&M, which part is long-term maintenance O&M, and when do we switch from one to another, and how does it all work together, right? Because there's some complexities to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't we want to also see, we talked about the other day how this was broken up by buildings. Do we not want it delineated in some sort of plan? Because there's going to be a stock area, there's going to be a parking area, all for construction.
To me, that's a sequencing plan.
Okay.
As compared to we're doing drywall here today.
No, yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree.
But yeah, this is our lay down for when we're doing building one, and then it becomes landscaping when we start doing building two, when those fences come down,
Yeah, because they're going to work themselves off the site, and it's going to cause more problems. I mean, starting day one, they got plenty of room. Year 4, year 3, whatever, little less room.
Right.
Well, I think, I think that's something that, on a project like this, similar to some of your larger 40Bs, we wouldn't engage with the board, but we could put a condition that would be simple to say that we're going to meet with all the town officials for a construction sequencing plan prior to the commencement of construction. And that is typical, and that's where you have the fire chief, police chief, DPW, building inspector, and make sure everybody's in sync on the process.
But I think for them to respond to some degree, I think a little bit of forethought ahead would help as opposed to waiting for a year from now or 6 months from now, if in fact this thing gets approved. And, you know, so that everybody can give a thought to it, not just us, but the building department and us, because this is huge. This is a huge project. It doesn't have probably the problems that Harvard Mill has because it's confined, but it will get confined over time. And, you know, is the town going to be looking for that roadway to run through and be open? Or is it going to get closed?
We have to keep it open because we have agreements with other users of the roadway. I think we talked about that. That has to. be
Yeah, we did. And you said it was going to be kept open the whole time.
That's right.
Okay, so
Can we-
more on this later when we see the actual O&M and we can discuss the details, tie it all together. Sound good?
Yeah, I just want to understand what the anticipation is on that part. I'm just a little bit confused on the you know, we presented a phasing plan and we'll do what you want to do, but you know, typically like on Crescent Commons, you know, there has to be a meeting of all the town officials prior to the start of construction to make sure that, you know, what's, you know, that how the construction is going to take place, staging, trucking, all that stuff is worked out at that time. I think to do that now doesn't make a lot of sense because you don't know what conditions are going to be going on in the area at the time you start construction. So, you know, there could be other projects, there could be a project on 128, there could be other things that would be taken into consideration at that time by you know, the police, the fire, building inspector, DPW director, town engineer, safety, management safety director, all that stuff that, you know, that's how it would normally be done. I think like that was the condition for Crescent Commons. That was the condition for Tarrant Lane, that those officials work that out. That's how it worked out, quite frankly, with Harvard Mills.
Right, so
On the
those
state.
aspects may not be known
Right,
upfront, Brian, but some, you know, construction vehicles, dust control, you know, that operation and maintenance of construction versus once it's built and it's just ongoing maintenance, right? Where is that captured? How we're handling just the construction phase. The phasing diagram you presented doesn't cover that, right? The phasing diagram, where is
No.
that? Yeah.
No, I
So
think,
where do
Brian,
we talk about how
we're,
we handle the project during construction potentially? Yeah.
yeah, I'm talking more about on-site, not your trucking and not your daily stuff. Just
Okay,
in general, when you're building one, we're going to be looking for you, ZBA, to tell us this is finished. This is going to be our holding site. When we start building two, this is going to be our holding site. We're going to look for you guys to tell us this is complete and the landscaping is going to be complete, or the landscaping is not going to be complete because we're not going to complete all the landscaping till we do building 2 and 3, but we're going to start putting people into this build. We just need to know what you're going to be looking from us as you move on and how you're going to be doing that. And I don't think that's unfair. Yes, the town officials need to know when you're trucking and what you're taking out onto the road and when and how and all that, deep dusting. That's the weeds. We need a general overview of what you're going to be looking from us for and when. Does that help?
A little bit, to be honest, I'm a little bit confused by it.
So Chip,
I just want to make sure I hit the target. That's all.
maybe I can clarify, because I think this is what you're asking. Since you're going to be coming to us for multiple certificates of occupancy, right? We need to know when you come to us, say building 1 is finished first according to your sequencing plan. I don't know if that's correct. I don't have it up in front of me.
Mhm.
And you say, we want to start putting people in this building. Well, how do we know that what area is going to be done? You know, we come down and visit all these other sites and it's one certificate of occupancy. We'd be like, yep, done. We need to know what you're going to be presenting as done, as yes, this building, but also the landscaping around it. Is no landscaping going to be done when you're looking to put people into the first, whatever the first certificate of occupancy is? Is that what you're trying to say, Chip? We need to know every
The
time they come
sequence,
back to
yeah.
us, they can't just make it up and say, well, we're far enough along now, so we want to put people in.
Yes,
Yeah.
you probably said it better than I could.
Matt, you understand that?
We typically, in every other project we've worked on, we typically handle this stuff at the building permit level. And the only reason why is because there's a level of design and just development of means and methods for the project that is a long ways away over a 9-month design process that gets developed when we have surety of approvals and there's real design money being spent on the project. I guess if there's like a framework that we need to get held to, we could be amenable to that. I don't know how we would produce that type of means and methods at this point beyond the general framework.
So does it make
Pretty
sense then
atypical.
to have a condition that you come back to us for that approval? Then we need, I think what Chip is saying was before a building permit gets issued, we need some reassurance that we understand each phase of the project, because you're going to be coming back to us in phases to put people into buildings.
That
Whether
makes
that's
sense, Greg.
now or at least before a building permit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And we review all the
Yeah.
plans for a building permit anyway.
Yeah,
So we have to review all 9 months from now, we have to approve all that. So at that point, you can give us a sequencing.
Yeah, that
Doesn't
makes,
have to be now.
Yeah. that makes sense, Matt.
Yeah.
Right, maybe we have a condition that talks about the plans. I think we can certainly add in that we provide construction sequencing and I think we can certainly work out a way to make that condition work. So we have to go in front of the ZBA before, I think that totally works.
Yeah, that's a good, thank you, Greg. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it can be 9 months from now as you start getting ready to put a shovel in the ground.
Honestly, it was Chip's idea. I'm not taking the credit.
Well, it's kind of a
Keep all the
combination, to get to that point, we appreciate it, because that makes sense. And I think it works for you, Matt, because, we're not guessing at what a sequencing thing is gonna be now when we really don't know. And quite
Right.
frankly, we'd rather not spend the time doing that now. We'd rather, move forward and save it to a date when we can do it properly.
So if it's not something we
And
can put in a phasing diagram now, then it sounds like a condition.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a make or break, do or not do. This is so we understand what you're going to be looking for down the road. So the fact that it comes when you throw your plans in, that's fine.
I mean, I got, I'd like to know ahead of time, because I'm the one that ends up reviewing the plans. How much is in this phase? How much is in that phase? Or at least within some parameters. I get Tarrant Lane right now, basically doesn't even bother to come back to us. And they're going to be at the next meeting, basically straightening out what they basically changed. So, I just to let you know, Matt, I'm going to be looking at this stuff before the permit is issued on each one of these sections.
And I think that's totally reasonable. I think our intent is with each stage of the way, typically how we operate in pretty much every municipality is with every design set, we're coming back to the boards or coming back to the officials in the town to try to kind of work out these details. So I think that absolutely makes sense.
Well, we're maybe a little more active as a zoning board than maybe some others, basically with the building department. The building department looks to us to confirm that what's on paper as far as construction is what was approved by the board. So it's not the building department that checks basically back to what was in the decision. It's members of this board that do that.
Yeah, and before, prior to all the current members on the board, I've been doing this for quite a while, and prior boards, what drove this condition that your board implemented years ago was because people made mistakes and they basically did not build according to what was approved by the board exactly. And back in those days, I would get a call from the building inspector who would say, some of the zoning boards have a problem with this building going up because they say it's not the building that we permitted. So, I look at that condition as a safety net for the property owner as well as the board, because it's better to vet out at the beginning before you start coming out of the ground to make sure that what you're putting up, you're not going to get one of those terrible phone calls that, hey, you've got to take all that siding off because it's not what was approved. So it's a good condition that works both ways. works for everybody.
Okay. Sounds like we've hammered that one pretty good.
Yep.
Okay. What was next on your list, Brian?
So Matt, if you can just, so one of the things, I think we're all trying to work on to a closure on this. And I think one of the things, Matt, that we've got to do is Jim has been appointed kind of the person to reconcile the plan. So there's going to be some final landscaping plans with the change that Greg mentioned, depending on what happens with the garage that we're going to go over in a minute. Can you maybe just give the board an update on, where you stand with quote unquote finalizing your plan so we can get those to Jim for him to kind of reconcile to make sure everything is appropriate for what the board has reviewed.
Yeah,
today?
Sure. So we're in an intensive effort right now to just provide, the final plans, final, very detailed plans at that, to the board and have a consolidated set so everything makes sense. Tuesday, like this upcoming Tuesday on May 31st is the day that we have circled to have everything in.
Okay, and real quickly, and remind me if I've asked this before, have you got Concom and their order of conditions yet?
A little bit of a chicken and the egg, but
They want you to go first.
But how can we go first if one of our conditions is for us, for CCNF to meet their conditions?
Well, that's why I think Tom is going to help.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I just don't want our final set of plans to have to change because it's not what they agreed to.
I would say
Or
from a plan
you
perspective,
haven't put what they want you to do into our plans.
yeah.
As long as they see the final plans when you have them, they should get a copy
Yeah.
of the final consolidated, reconciled, last call. If they're good with them, then we can close out in parallel as needed. As long as the plans, both boards are satisfied with what we're seeing on paper, we should be able to do that, right?
Yep.
Board members, so.
So our plan is on Tuesday to submit digital plans, and immediately following that, we're going to send all that out to print. So everyone has final print copies, including the Conservation Commission.
Assuming we finalize the garage and the amenity space tonight,
Correct.
which hasn't even been brought up yet.
So with that said,
Yep, next, Brian.
so I think next I'd like to go to the subcommittee on the amenities. As Greg had mentioned, we had another meeting on Monday, and I think it was a good meeting. I think we've kind of come to a good conclusion on this as far as how it's going to work. Some final delineations of area and space has to be put on plans to memorialize what we talked about. But Matt, did you want to give a little, we're going to show a little PowerPoint on this? And that way also Greg and Chip can kind of comment too.
Sure, Steph, would you mind just sharing your screen? Or if you have it, or I can get it open too. Go to the next slide, please. So we just have a quick slide deck. There's three main things we're trying to address here that we're hoping is responsive to some of the commentary that we've received. So, one of the main things for, I'd say, the past 9 months now that we've been trying to address is the public, providing real public amenities to the project and figuring out the right way to do that. So that was part of, the main task of this subcommittee was to try to get soliciting feedback from Greg and Chip, which has been actually incredibly helpful to get us on the right track to provide some kind of public amenity in our site and really welcome the community into our site rather than creating a wall between our project and public land. So we'll get into that in a minute. And then two other things we'll just touch about, and I have Copley Wolf and Cube 3 to touch about this as well, is additional landscape considerations that we're making on the highway side of our project to create a bigger buffer between the highway and our project, more specifically the garage. And then also after that, provide some options that we think that we could actually execute for the garage for this project that we think are well designed. So Steph, could you go to the next slide, please? So what you see here is just an overview of our old plan, which shows a terrace in the middle that we call the public plaza. It wasn't super inviting. It had two private terraces that kind of went into it. And sure, the public could have gone in there, but I don't think it was designed accordingly. We showed some other kind of scattered public amenities, such as the public safety office, which was, I don't want, at the time it made sense to have it in that location, but looking back, it's a little bit haphazard, as well as a public restroom, which we put over by the restaurant, which again, at the time we thought made sense, but now we really have a good opportunity to bring everything to center. Steph, next slide. So, the overarching theme here is that there is an entire system of open space around the lake, and this is something a big part of our discussions with the Friends of the Lake is, most of the lake is public open space, but really once you get to the top of the lake, whether it's this property or Lakeside Office Park, it kind of starts to close in. So how, as the redevelopment of this site, can we kind of how can we restore open space to the lake here? Next slide. So that really brings into how the public path interacts with our project. So this was our previous design. It shows the path kind of entering in towards what would have been private amenities at the time. And if you lived in this project, you could access this public path pretty easily. Otherwise, there wasn't a ton of reason to go on to come into the project. But if next slide, please. We wanted to create a design, and Greg, honestly, this is, I think, we really kind of thank you for this and thank you for this consideration. Was the way that the terraces were designed, again, it was really kind of precluding the public from coming into the site. So what we did is with one of those major terraces, building 2, which is on the right hand side, we call it building 2. It's on the right hand side here. Taking back that terrace so that and kind of maintaining a lot of the same landscape materials, so that the public path at this point kind of eases into the project site itself, and creating some public furniture and fixtures on the exterior of the site. And actually, if you go to the next slide, we can give you some precedents. So, we talked about having this really be a strong public realm with, whether it's Adirondacks or any kind of other furniture that we'll be putting out there. There will be fixture kind of furniture, there'll be seat walls, overhead lighting that makes it just feel like really a public common at this side of the lake that doesn't exist today. Other public amenities like bike stations where you can pump up your tires if you're leaving the site. We also, something we like to do at a lot of our projects, and thankfully this now gives us the opportunity to do it, is we typically like to host community engagement events where we bring food trucks and this type of thing. So we're trying to show this in this plan, how we can program that out and really kind of create a really nice experience for not only our residents, obviously, but for the public on a day-to-day basis to experience, have a nice place at the top of the lake and not just have to be at the bottom of the lake to experience anything nice. Go to the next slide. So another consideration there, and at any point if there's questions, please just jump in, was not just make this a public outdoor space, but let's provide some of the great things that we were talking about in terms of what we're providing for our residents. What can we do to actually provide that to the public in some capacity while managing operational issues that come from that? So we spent weeks trying to figure out how we could do that. And what we have here is in building 2, there's a space that's, it's approximately 1,000 square feet that we're allocating as community space. And in that we would be furnishing, what we're really trying to furnish is more of kind of like a cafe vibe, which is, we, at the very beginning of this project, we had a private cafe that was going to be some kind of coffee operator. This is really a public amenity where someone could work from home, or work, not work from home, but work remotely from this type of space. There will be these automated marketplace machines where you'll be able to, grab food or coffee, and really just a place to kind of bring the community in. If we have public programming events, one of the things that we're designing, and something we really like to design, is how does the outside space and how's the inside space, how does that interact? So as you can see some precedents here, we're thinking of having some kind of partial window wall, so that there's kind of a plasticity between the outside and the inside. So it feels like you're really bringing the public in. And I think for our community events, when they happen, that's going to be a really, really nice experience. As part of that, we're kind of doubling down on the public restrooms. So as opposed to having one stall on the other side of the site that who knows who would have ever used it, what we're really showing here is a real, multiple bathroom stalls. And I think just overall, in my opinion, I think it's a very big improvement over what we were providing before. Next slide. Let's go back. Go back one, just so we can give them an opportunity to ask any questions or discuss any part of this.
Yeah, so I'll just give a mini report real quick. This, I think, sort of met what Chip and I were asking them to do. So if it could even go back one more, you can see the whole terrace more there, keeping the same, basically making the public path clear to flow through the area now. And moving the sort of disparate public spaces into one area. Now, this isn't going to be the only public area. It's not like we're saying you can only come here again. Obviously, the restaurant's going to be down the other side still. So to me, it sort of spreads out the public area a little bit more, while making this more of a lively space and not having what I viewed as sort of the public terrace walled area. So I liked the direction this was going. It seemed to be sort of a more lively design in my mind that will draw people in naturally, rather than having sort of a walled off, even though it's public, sort of walled off area.
Greg, is that bridge connecting with the current pathway?
So the current pathway is right there, is where it says. Current path. I think it goes over to it, right, Matt? You can get to it that way. I don't know if it's directly connected, but I'll defer to Matt.
Because that's part of that. That's on the other side of the holding areas, basically. So I assume that was, even though you can walk on it, it really is part of the project pathway as the current walkway along the lake.
I believe if you look at the full overview, that does connect to what I would consider to be the original path along the edge of the lake.
Yeah, that's right. So that, we designed this so we could have connection points, and in some of our work and trying to plan out some of the offsite improvements with Bill Renaud, who's been very good at helping us out with that. We've shown these different access points on the site. That bridge exists across the rain garden, so we can get into some of those areas.
Yeah, and we're showing that area, as Greg said, to welcome the public into the project and have a space within the project for the public. But that whole pathway area, grassed areas, the path that we're building, that's all open to the public. This just invites the public into this public amenity area. It's a friendly invite as they're strolling by. It's pretty obvious that they're welcome when they can go use the restroom, this public area space. They can get something to drink, and they can sit down in some chairs and relax. And so,
but there's no hardscape basically from that bridge over to the current pathway.
Well, that pathway leads to grass, which leads to the other pathway.
Yeah, and eventually it will have its own path, and so why not plan for it?
Because like schools, Jim, they'll put something in if it does have a path. They could plan for it and it could end up being 10 feet other. You know how they do paths at campuses now.
Yeah, we know how that works. Don't put the paving down until you know where the students want to walk.
Right, you know, so same thing here. If they find that there's, you know, the idea is that these are rolling green hills, if you may, to sit on or whatever. So this gets you over the rain garden and into the complex. And if something gets worn out, then they'll do probably pavers and get a path in there at some point.
Yeah, I think further to that point, we've always kind of thought about this, and I know with the friends, we've always thought about this as like, it's really another park. It's not just an area of connectivity. It's another park. So this should be a place that people hang out and set up picnics and that type of thing. So, you know, exactly to the rolling hills point, you know, it's really just trying to create as many access points so that park actually gets used.
Okay, so what's the feeling at subcommittee, Chip, Greg?
Oh, I think they need to firm this up. One of the comments I made, and I'll just bust on Matt a little bit right now, is I said, John from CCNF does a lot better job talking about community involvement and food trucks and all the events. And I suggested he might want to have John come and talk to those points. But I don't see John.
He's on there right now. He's just a little shy.
He's a little shy. He wasn't when he talked to us, but you know. Are
Go
you
ahead,
here,
John, it's your opportunity.
I am. Jump in, talk about, just give us a 3-minute, you know, food trucks, community involvement, what you see this spot as being.
Sure. So as most of you know, for us, this is like a 7-day operation where we have, you know, a staff of 10 or 12 people who are here every day serving the residents, and we're constantly trying to find ways to on any project, excuse me, activate, you know, and create a community. So if you live here, you feel like there's a lot going on, and there's constantly changing program and events, you know, throughout the year that, you know, we're trying to promote to make this a better place to live. And, you know, those are always changing. You know, food trucks, as Matt said, are certainly a big part of it. There's movie nights where you could do, you know, inflatable screens and you show, you know, old school movies. There's a number of different things that we, you know, try to partner with local businesses to kind of bring the community into, you know, our, you know, smaller community. So, you know, this kind of creates a central hub that makes it easy to do that from an operations standpoint. It makes it, you know, I think it operationally could be successful just given how much is going on in this one area. Things like bathrooms, which are not always thought about, you know, in these outdoor spaces is now solved. There's indoor spaces so that, you know, we're not limited to just the summer months. And then there's a ton of green space just, you know, on the bottom of this, off the screen, that, you know, we can do a number of different things like picnic nights, movie nights, food trucks. And we have the staff to manage it with a project of this scale, where, you know, we have 4 or 5 leasing and property managers that will help coordinate that stuff. And, you know, it gets carried in our operating budget. And it's one of the amenities to live here, but it's not something that needs to be exclusive for people that are living here.
Excuse me, John, Mike Feely. Is there going to be public Wi-Fi, or did that go by the wayside?
No, that's the intent. I don't know, Matt, didn't we add that note on one of the interior slides, maybe? Maybe that dropped off, but.
Yeah. So
I mean,
we certainly will have it on the interiors, and I think the idea is that in this public outdoor area, we would have it as well as kind of part of the interior.
Yeah,
so,
that's kind of what I was looking for, just to kind of bleed into the public space. Because they do it so in so many places in Boston. You think of parts of the Common, I mean, they have a whole map of their hotspots all through the city, and the intent is to activate those outdoor spaces. So the further you can get it out into the public space, the better.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the intent. I mean, you know, we do that certainly around the pool and other open space, outdoor spaces around the site or on any site, because, you know, we want, you know, residents to feel welcome to come down here too, and, you know, open up a laptop and be able to work from home or work remotely. So there is a note here, and that's certainly the intent.
Thank you.
So I'll say Chip and I both thought the direction and sort of this initial sketch design was the right direction, but it needs to be, I guess, finalized. You know, I had asked generally what the material is around this new, what looks like wood, where it says building 1 terrace, you know, what are we going to do there? So I think we need more finalization on these, what Matt thought would be final plans coming through on Tuesday. And also committing to things like, you know, this cafe vibe. Well, we don't need the actual programming. We don't need to know who's going to operate it, but what's the square feet of that area going to be in there? What are they actually committing to do in those spaces?
Yeah.
That we didn't get into.
Yep. So if there's agreement in concept, our next step is to really draw it up in our model as we do with everything else, add in all that materiality and make these commitments on plan and in conditions.
Okay.
So is there a need for further subcommittee? You think that has run its course and now it's just up to the applicant team to sort of finalize it and bring it back here?
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, if everyone
Okay.
else, if every sort of non-subcommittee member liked the direction, I think that's the plan.
No, it works for me. It sounds like we're getting some general good feedback from others too, but
Yep, I'm good with this. Thank you.
I'm good.
That looks good. Thanks.
okay. But thanks for the work on this team and subcommittee, and we look for the final one perhaps next time. All right, what's next, Brian? Garage? Matt?
So we have 2 pieces here left. I'll let Allison walk through just the vegetated buffer that we're working on here, and then after that, Eric from Cube 3 will get into our different garage designs. So we can make this piece brief because I know the garage part might take a little bit.
Yeah, I'll go quick. Thanks, Matt. So just wanted to start by showing you all the previous landscape design at the garage space. To walk you through it, we have 4 large shade trees lining the facade, 1 24-inch caliper existing tree that's kind of ghosted, and you can see there will remain and be protected. And we have 5 smaller shade trees within that renaturalization area that we were speaking about earlier. So moving on to the next slide. Thanks. You'll see that the proposed additional screening that we have along the facade is much more substantial than prior. We've organized the tree locations to be staggered essentially, so they'll grow in and create this really robust buffer. These are very fast growing trees. We have a table at the bottom that's showing kind of the day one, what we expect will be getting the heights, and then what they'll kind of become as they're growing over year 5, year 10, et cetera. And they're basically ranging between 18 inches and 24 inches a year. So it's pretty substantial. So overall, we're proposing that 19 trees are planted in this area, in addition to that existing oak tree. And just to walk you through a bit of the different species, we've got oaks, maples, elms, and birches. All that I mentioned are fast growing shade canopy trees once they're mature. And another benefit of the oak trees that we have planted is that they typically hold their leaves during the colder months, so that can kind of further extend the landscape buffer. So with that, I'll pass it over to Eric.
Sure. Good evening, everyone.
If I can, just let me ask one question about the trees, because Allison, I think you make a good point. But this comes to my point of staging, right? This is a 2 or 3 year project. If you plant the trees year 1, by the time the project's done, you're going to have 3 years of growth on these trees and really help camouflage the finished building, because they'll grow quite a bit in 3 years. If you wait till year 3 to plant these, then we've lost 3 years. So this is again what we're talking about. What can we expect, Matt, as the project goes on, or at least I am, you know, this area on the far side of the roadway can be done first because there's nothing else happening over there, something like that. I don't know, but it would be helpful to understand that.
Okay, thanks, Chip. Eric?
All right. Yep, I'm going to walk through a couple of these garage options. We came to the last meeting with one option to a little bit of mixed review. So we're just going to walk through based on that conversation. So option one here is the kind of original panel design. We have the vertical wood look elements. The intent of these was for us to kind of respectfully mimic a naturally wooded area. You know, much to Dave's chagrin, it was kind of a randomness to it with varying heights and not much of a strict pattern to it. So if you go to the next image here, so this is what we had shown a couple weeks ago, and there was some mixed reviews. It sounded like, you know, one or two people liked it. A few people, you know, didn't think it hit the mark quite that much, and others thought that maybe it needed more. So this is kind of where we were at with that, you know, option one of kind of the wood look option. And then we have a couple of others to walk through here. So a mesh screening was another one that was brought up as a potential option for this garage. So we have a few precedents here of kind of different ways that, you know, mesh screening has been used on other garages. You have some that have kind of covered large areas, some that have, you know, selectively covered vertical areas, and then others that have used kind of a more of a vertical element along the facade, which was kind of another piece that was brought up a couple of weeks ago. So we have an updated mesh screen option here where we kind of integrated those two elements. So we have a kind of a large vertical mesh panel, I'll say, above the garage entry, and that would be a, you know, a perforated mesh screen. And then we have vertical kind of thin elements along the facade, and these kind of have a warm texture to match some of the wood look that we have across the rest of the facade on, you know, the other two pieces of the building here. And then we started looking at, you know, in option three here, and we're calling this one, you know, the neighbor precedent. So we looked at 100 Quanapowhat Parkway, you know, the neighboring garage that was referenced before. So this is a pretty prominent elevation along 95 here. So this is definitely an older style garage. You know, it's a bit dated, but I think the thought process here with this garage was, you know, they have these panels, they have scoring, and they're using kind of a couple different colors and tones to add a little materiality to this garage. We looked at a different garage as well, the Kendrick here in Needham that was recently completed. And I would say this is kind of a more modern look at a similar style, I guess. So what you'll see here is there's precast panels with a lot of horizontal scoring. And then there's also, you know, colored precast panels with vertical to match some of the wood look on this building. So they used a little bit of a mixture of those two to provide a little bit more of a modern take with those paneling. And so taking that, we applied that to that same rendering, same view, and taking a look at that, and you can see that, you know, some of it is to align with the wood look on the building and provide a little bit of kind of depth and character to this building, to the garage. And one thing I do want to note is that, you know, this landscape isn't 100% accurate either. We had to pare some of it back kind of on the front portion here, just so that we were able to kind of get a better look at the garage. If we had it all in, it'd be a little bit harder to see it all.
Eric, it might be helpful as well. It might be helpful on that one, just because we're so zoomed out here. If you want to just zoom in, I don't know how well this is going to show, but if you want to zoom out on some areas of the render, there's just, you know, this isn't just like a painted garage or something. There's a lot of materiality that actually goes into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea. So you can start to see some of the horizontal scoring that we have, and kind of the gray paneling and some of the vertical and colored texture that you see in the, you know, brownish panels. So there is, you know, you're going to get shadow lines. You're going to be able to feel that texture.
Well, at 60 miles an hour, I don't think you're going to feel the texture, but if you're stuck in traffic, then maybe you'll see the texture. The one thing it really points out, the neighbor's garage really reads horizontal because it's not broken up at all. And so without having some verticality on it, and the columns don't give it much, like scheme 2 has more verticality, basically. Yeah, that one has more verticality, and it breaks up the horizontal nature of it. And you don't want this project to look longer than it is. And I think by doing the horizontal, leaving the openings between decks like our neighbor has, is you accent the horizontal. And I think you want to accent the vertical in some way or other, basically to break that horizontal up. This is one of those potentials, basically. At the same time, it gives, for anybody that's parking there, it gives them a real identification as to where the entry of the garage is. I mean, it becomes obvious. It becomes a point of understanding. It gives everybody a signal that this is where you enter.
And what are the verticals to the left of the big block? Are those mesh screening?
Yeah, I think they would either be a mesh screening or it could be a solid metal panel as well, if that's the preferred. But I think that's the thought, is that it's kind of a fin. If you go back one page to the precedent, we have one on the right side here that, that's a potential option. It doesn't have to be that perforated, but it could be something along those lines.
And what don't you like about the picture, the first picture, with the actual screening that has, I'm going to say, it's leaves on it?
Mm-hmm.
What don't you like about that?
It's definitely a preference thing. I mean, obviously all design is subjective, but to me, it feels urban to me, especially when you try and add images to it. It starts to kind of add a little bit of a fakeness to it, in my opinion. To me, this is a very natural site, and I think us trying to highlight that feels more appropriate for where we are. When you start to kind of just add images to a mesh screen, to me, it doesn't hit the mark for what this site really is.
Okay.
Unless, Chip, you want to send a message to across the highway with the big posters and everything else over there.
Yeah, only if we can put lights on going that way. What about those other verticals to the left? I'm wondering if we angled them, if that would help kind of break it up a little bit more as well. Those come 90 degrees out. I wonder if we went 45 on them, that they wouldn't affect the airflow, but might give you a little bit more, more visual verticality.
Yeah, that's certainly an option. I think my only concern with that would be we're kind of catering to one side of the highway and not the other. You're going to be seeing this from both directions. And if you're angling it, they essentially become invisible from the other side.
One side of the highway is what, 60, 70 feet further away though? I mean, you're not going to be seeing it.
I do it
yeah.
to worry about northbound, not necessarily southbound.
Yeah.
But I think that way you'd get a little bit more verticality. And what do you see those being, mesh or wood or? I like this. I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think this does it better than the randomness previously.
I was going to say, I like this one of the few things that we're seeing tonight.
Agreed.
Now, whether those vertical panels tilt, on an angle, that's fine too, but I just like this style. So when we say it would cater to this side of the highway, does that mean those would tilt away from the people? So you'd see more of the facade of those vertical boards or panels?
Yes, if you're coming northbound, they'd essentially be peeling away from you on the building, so that you'd see more of it. And then if you're coming southbound, at a certain angle, you won't be able to see them because you're looking kind of right at them.
Right. So they're pointed in the direction of northbound. Okay, got it. Makes sense. I like this one. Now we probably need to if we do that, we finalize what the materials are and get it in the final materials booklet, of course. But in terms of style, I think this hits the mark a little bit more in my mind.
Yeah, so yeah, if this is the direction, we'll put something like this in an elevation. We'll take those pins and we'll direct them to or against the northbound direction. Whichever way, Eric, that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, we can get some dimensions and materiality on that.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks for looking into more options for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, you heard us and we've got a few things to consider and we appreciate it. Yeah.
Of course.
All right, Brian, punch list. Did we get to the end of the list tonight?
I think we did. Matt, did I miss anything? I think I got it all.
No, I think other than agenda setting, I think we're good.
Okay, well, it sounds like we're gonna have several follow-ups in 2 weeks or whatever, June 8th, right?
Yeah, we hope to have Tom Mullins wrap up on the conditions, the final plans that hopefully you can review. Maybe Jim will have had an opportunity to review those. O&M plan buffed up, garage included, revised landscaping, amenity area. So we've got our homework assignments, and I appreciate the board kind of being concise on what we need to do.
Okay.
And the sequencing condition that we talked about.
Yep.
But just to level set though, when we say final plans and the board hasn't seen, you know, whatever these final materials are for the garage, whatever the final materials are for the new amenities area.
Oh, yeah, I agree. When I say final plans, Brett, obviously subject to the board.
Okay. So it'll be, yeah. Okay.
But at that point, I think at least maybe we can substitute like 5 sheets out if we have to.
Yeah, there's few changes. Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, board members, anything else before we open it up to the public?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, at this time, we'll open up to the public. If anyone has a comment or question on the information that we've heard tonight, please raise your hand in the Zoom call and I'll call on you in the order I see them. Seeing no hands, we'll close it to public testimony for the evening. So continue to June 8th, Brian.
That would be great.
I move that we continue this to June 8th.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Tom.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, I just saw a hand go up.
Maura Grimes.
Yeah, Mara.
Hi, I just wanted to understand on the other matters, what is the status for 69 Foundry Street, discussing the full occupancy? I just wanted to hear what the status and outcome of that is, please.
Well, we haven't gotten there. We take the public one application at a time. I'm like,
so
some of the
sorry.
boards that might take all public participation up front. Yeah, we're doing it one case at a time here. That's how we operate. So we will get there.
Sorry.
No
Okay,
problem. We'll
thank
get
you.
to 69 Foundry. No problem. Okay, so we were voting members. Tom, did you vote?
I did, yes.
All right, and I vote yes. So we're unanimous. Thanks for all the updates tonight. Brian, Matt, and team, and we'll talk to you on June 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Take care.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, board members, that constitutes the remaining continued hearings. Now we're on to new hearings. First one being 22-59, Jennifer and Jason Leon at 45 Vale View Road. We have someone speaking on their behalf this evening.
Yes, I'm Peter DiBernardo from Gibraltar Pools in Topsfield.
Hi, Peter. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have a plan that you can share on your screen of
Sure.
what's being proposed? Just so
Yep.
the board members have the application, of course, but for members of the public or anyone who may just need a reminder, it's always good to show it on screen.
Okay.
And then as usual,
Okay.
just talk us through what's being proposed and we'll go from there.
All right, so is that,
Nope, not seeing anything yet.
Lost them.
Oh, did he take himself right out? No, I see. Oh, yeah, I see Peter Sandors. Yeah. All right, well, we'll give it a moment for Peter to come back. Hmm. I hesitate to jump forward and come back to him in case he's got some technical difficulties, only because the next application could take a bit. I thought we had another quick one here.
no, I'm Peter from Gibraltar. I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem, Peter. Welcome back. All right. So you can try
So,
share.
yeah, I was sharing that, correct.
Please try again.
Yep.
If you click that share screen button at the bottom, you should get a pop-up with the ability
Yeah,
to pick
so
whatever application has that picture open.
it's really weird because the first time I did it, it came up and then a call came in. I have to learn about this. So I don't know how a call coming in could disconnect me from the meeting. I had to log in again. So it's on photos. It's just not, this time it's not coming up. Yes. This time it's just not coming up. I have Zoom on my phone, so it's. I apologize. I know how important this is. And Gail made me make sure that I was ready, which I was. I spent all day getting this thing here, but for some reason, when I put share content and then photos, it's not populating with my photos right now. It was, but just the very last time I did it with you here. Could I have a physical copy of the plan? That's not something I could hold up.
No.
And,
Could
okay.
you email it to me? How quickly could you put it in an email attachment? Because
I'll do it immediately. I'll do it immediately. What's the address? David?
Dave Hatfield.
I got it right here, 64?
Yep.
Yep, I have it from last time. Okay, it's there. It's sent from peter@usaswim.com.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the plan.
Yep.
It's labeled plan. Above ground plan.
Got it. How's that? Can folks see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good. Peter, take it away.
So it's an above ground pool. It's put on the side of the house because behind the house, there's a couple of small outbuildings and then it slopes down very precipitously with all rocks and woods and goes way down, huge grade. So nothing can be built in the backyard. We have to go on the side. One of the things I just sent also is a picture of a photograph of the site as well. So it's going in this former garden type spot. The next to the garage where the pool is going, there is a fence, a privacy fence that comes right across the driveway to the front. So the pool really won't be visible from the street. And along the side property where the pool is going, there's also a privacy fence.
Okay. So again, the variance you're requesting is that side yard, instead of being 15, would be 7.5.
Yes, 7.5 to the edge of our safety ledge, which is a little cantilevered ledge where you can reach somebody in distress from the far end of the pool a little quicker than jumping in the water. And then, so that's a cantilever, it doesn't come down to the ground. The edge of the water or the pool wall will be 9.5 feet from the property line.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that it would be in the side yard. So there's two aspects to the variance. And what you're saying is, even though there does appear to be on this plot plan an opportunity up in the rear of the property to do something, the slope, grade, topography does not lend itself to doing that.
Correct.
Okay. Because that's what, as you probably know, the board needs to find that there's some sort of hardship, financial or otherwise, that, you know, or owing to the lot conditions that are unique to this lot. Okay, board members, any questions?
I had a question about the neighbor to the right side. That's really the only one I'm concerned about. Have you talked to them?
Have not talked to them. I have not. It's like I said, there is a tall privacy fence there, 6-foot fence, I think. So it's, but no, I haven't spoken with the neighbors. They've all been informed, you know, it's all been certified mail had gone out to everybody.
Yeah, no, it's just whenever there's residential kind of variance requests, we always like to either have a letter stating support, or perhaps they're in the meeting and they can speak for themselves, whether they have any questions, concerns, whatever. Again, the most directly affected abutter here in particular, right? That hopefully a discussion has taken place so they know what potentially is going on here, and you know that they're okay with it. We just it doesn't factor into the variance criteria. It's just, I think this board has come to welcome that kind of support if it is there, right? Or if there are concerns, we bring them out here and see if there are other things we can do, right?
Yeah, I understand.
She might be on. They might be on. So we'll see.
Yep, we'll give an opportunity to speak if they are, but or any other butters for that matter. Yeah. But any other questions, board members, on the nature of the request? We've heard from the fire chief, who reviewed the plan, had no objections. Concom, it's not within their jurisdiction, but recommend good housekeeping practices, drainage inlet, catch basins, you know, that we're not discharging. This drainage system eventually discharges to the wetland at the end of Brook Street. So, you know, any drainage of the pool, that it be done in a good housekeeping practice and not down into that area. Okay. Board members, if there's nothing else, I can open it up to the public. Okay, if any member of the public wishes to be heard, please raise your hand in the Zoom call and I will call on you at this time. Any abutters to this property, perhaps? Not seeing any hands going up, so we'll close it to public testimony. So back to the board.
So I might note, I just pulled up Google. the distance from the fence that they've got at the 145 line to the next house is probably twice to maybe 3 times the distance that is shown between this house and that. And the house behind the abutter is also got a pool in it. So that person's surrounded by the activity to begin with, just to let you know.
Mhm. Okay, thanks, Jim. Any other questions or concerns, board members? Okay, hearing none, then,
Do we care which motion we make first, Mr. Chair?
well, it's only one application and it's really a variance for 2 parts of 31C, right?
2 parts of 31C, we can do them together.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I move that we, under 31C, allow for the pool to go into the side yard as well as have a 7.5 foot setback from the fence based upon the testimonial given to us on the topography and shape of the lot, that this is the only place that the pool could go.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Tom. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, voting members and Tom. Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. All right, Peter, that's unanimous. So again, I will, now that you sent me the plans, which is always helpful, I will get this drafted and off to you as soon as I can, and we'll go from there.
Thank you kindly. Thanks to all.
All right, all right. Have a good night.
Take care.
Okay, the next new hearing, 22-60 and 61, First Baptist Church of Wakefield at 80 Common Street. Do we have a member who may have to go to timeout?
Yep.
So Jim, you have obviously a vested interest in this project, so I assume for the record, you are recusing yourself from deliberating on it.
I am.
All right, so enjoy the waiting room, take a break. We'll listen to the applicant and we'll bring you back when it's done.
See ya.
See ya. Okay. Brian, you back with us?
I am.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing First Baptist Church of Wakefield, property situated at 80 Common Street. First, I'd like to say I'm very happy to be here with and on behalf of the congregation of First Baptist Church. I think that we're all aware of the tragedy that struck our entire community back in October of 2018 when the horrific fire struck the church, one of our beloved buildings in town. And it was a sad night. I was actually in town hall that night at a planning board meeting. We got evacuated when the fire started. So it was a very sad night. I think tonight is a happy night because the congregation is regrouped and they are coming forward with a plan to rebuild the church, which has been kind of a cornerstone for our community in that area for a number of years. We're very excited to present the plans to you tonight and what the concept is. I'm also happy to go over the relief that we're requesting in order to accomplish this. I guess I'd like to start with an introduction. With me tonight, first is Doug Dry. He is a senior pastor at the First Baptist Church of Wakefield. Elaine Pappas is the head of the building committee, so she's on here tonight. We have John Ogren from Hayes Engineering, who's our site civil engineer. We have Kim Barnett and Treff LaFledge of IDA Architects. They're our architectural team. And last but not least, Naomi Cottrell of Crowley and Cottrell is here, and she is our landscape architect. They're a very well-respected landscape architectural firm. So before we get into the presentation, Doug, the pastor, would like to make a statement to the board. So Doug, if you could unmute yourself, the floor is yours, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Thanks, Brian. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Zoning Board of Appeals. I've only been with First Baptist since January of 2021, but very excited to be part of this rebuilding work. As you know, First Baptist has been part of this community for 220 years, and things like the Tall Spire Preschool or the Shepherd's Table feeding program, the Wakefield food pantry, many weddings, many memorial services, many baptisms. The church and the building has been a big part of it. And we're excited that God is a God of resurrection, and we're excited to see a new vitality in our people. And then the building is really a part of that. We see that this new building is really a part of the revitalization work. And God hasn't changed, but the way that we practice and present ministry may look different than it did back in 1870. And our new building reflects that. And we believe that it will be a blessing both for our congregation as well as to the community. And we anticipate that obviously it'll be open for worship and prayer and biblical instruction for different seminars and workshops. And then also we would love to be able to open up to the community for various social events and gatherings and for different town usages, whatever would really work well. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present to you, and look forward to meeting you in the months and years ahead. So thanks again for giving me the opportunity. And if you do have questions about programming, either planned, current or planned, at the end of the presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. So I think what I'm going to do, Mr. Chair, is I'm going to kind of go over an overview at a high level, looking down, and then John is going to get into some details on the site civil aspect of this. And then Kim is going to take over and really highlight the architectural aspects of this new building. And then Naomi will talk a little about the landscaping. And then I'm probably going to, at that point, kind of go through the zoning relief that we're looking for and kind of look at the zoning table and give the board some details on that. We have gotten comments from various town departments. We just got the comments late today from DPW. So we do have some items we need to work out with them. So I think this will necessitate, and probably the board would anyways, but we're going to need at least another meeting in order to resolve questions and items that they have that need to be addressed and put on the site plan or modified on the site plan. So with that said, let me just shrink this down a little bit. Okay. So first is this will, I'm sure the board is very familiar with this location, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time with that. Right across from Town Hall at 80 Common Street. The project goals are to rebuild the First Baptist Church after the fire occurred in October 23 of 2018, to reestablish a clear identity for the First Baptist Church on this very important site in the heart of Wakefield. The goal, we've been working on this plan for probably close to a year that I've been working with the folks at the church. And the goal has been from day one to create a building that will serve the existing congregation and welcome new members. And then also is part of their character and part of their DNA is to provide opportunities for the community to share in the building as a resource for the town. They've always have done that, and they have a goal and desire to do that in the future. And the building has design amenities and features that promote and welcome that aspect of what we're trying to do. So we're looking at this project in phases. Often the board will say, what's your timing? And we kind of wanted to hit that head on right at the beginning. Phase one is our estimated completion by Christmas of 2023. Phase one would involve the site work, parking, landscaping, the building envelope, interior finishes on the first floor, that being sanctuary, fellowship hall, and kitchen and offices. And Kim will get into some detail on that during the architectural aspect of it. Phase two is pending available funds, some site enhancements beyond what we're committing to on the landscaping plan, perhaps some additional trees on the site, perhaps a playground, because I'll get into the fact that we are going to be applying for a daycare. Tall Spire had been here before. We want to create that opportunity again for a daycare. and interior finishes on the second floor. So this would be where nursery, school, Sunday school, or meetings room. So we're looking at that as potentially a phase 2. So this slide, I think, helps familiarize the board with really the original footprint of the church. There's a picture of the old wonderful building next to the Artichokes building and Town Hall to the right. So this just to give the board context, we wanted to show you, how the original building was kind of right in the middle of the site, which really wasn't extremely conducive for parking because, when this church was built, that was obviously not a major consideration, how old the building was. So we've kind of reconfigured the location to, really accommodate for a better flow on the property. We think a better streetscape. The building is going to be smaller, so to bring it closer to the street, we think be more warm, welcoming, and provide other opportunities for use of the land. So this is an overlay. Hopefully this helps how we're kind of bringing it closer to Lafayette Street and also a little bit closer to Common Street, tucking it in the corner. It allows for a nice flow of parking areas for the church. The size of the church, while not small, is a good size, a significant size, less than what it was before. That building was massive, as you know, but this one is not small. It's 7,720 square foot footprint compared to 11,700. This gives you an idea of how the design of the site will flow. So as you can see, there's multiple entrance points to the building. The highlighted entry point, I think, is off of the parking lot. And there's a nice flow of parking. And there's also what they've done is create a nice buffer around their parking. And as I get into the zoning requirements, we'll talk a little bit about the parking requirements of this project. But again, just to give you kind of a general look at the layout. You can see we have a possible future playground depending on the take here and what potentially happens in the future. This is a snippet, and again, Kim will get into some more detail on this. She and Treff have certainly spent a lot of time on the design of this building. I think the building is great. It really, somewhat doesn't exactly mimic the old building, but it certainly has some characteristics of it, and I think will fit very well into that corner of town. So with that said, John, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, I think, and you're gonna take over, maybe go with some site details. Is that okay? You there, John?
Looks like he is.
He's got to unmute. Make sure you unmute, John.
How's that?
Much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Welcome, John.
Thank you. John Ogren, Hayes Engineering. We're civil engineers and land surveyors on this project. Just to very quickly kind of go over the site itself. I think everyone's pretty, like Brian said, everyone's fairly familiar with the site. But just in terms of the existing conditions, generally this property slopes from west to east. So basically from what I call the rear of the property towards Common Street into Lafayette Street, there is kind of a sloped embankment along the west and kind of southwesterly property lines. The layout is similar in the sense that to what was there before. We did shift the actual building closer to the intersection of Lafayette and Common Street. I kind of opened up this area here to add some additional parking. Just to give you an idea, Originally, the original church had basically 20 line spaces out there. With this design, we were able to get up to 39 parking spaces on the site itself. The curb cuts, the entrance, we're proposing in and out, entrance and exit, both on Common Street and Lafayette Street. We're basically utilizing the same curb cut on Common Street. The Lafayette side, this curb cut is getting shifted down, shifted over to the west. Grading wise, not a lot of changes. There are some minor changes in the existing topography. We're creating a low point in this area in here. By shifting the church over, there will be some filling along the street line of Lafayette Street and Common Street, but we're talking, foot, 2 feet, maybe 2.5 at the max. So pretty much staying fairly consistent with the existing grades. Proposing to connect to the existing water main in Lafayette Street with a domestic and fire service connection. Same thing with the sewer. The sewer will be connected out into Lafayette Street to the sewer main there. Gas will come off of Lafayette Street, and then the electric. The original church was supplied with that service had a transformer, a pole mounted transformer. And from my discussion so far, it sounds like that pole transformer will be able to be utilized for the proposed church. We don't have the actual numbers yet, but talking with the light department, it sounds like we won't need a transformer on the site itself. Drainage wise, the existing site basically flowed overland to Lafayette Street and Common Street. There was some existing drainage over in this area, but for the most part, it pretty much just flowed out into the street. We're proposing to add some drainage, one for controlling the drainage and also to get some treatment, because we are increasing the impervious area on the site by about 2,600 square feet. So in order to mitigate for that increase, we're proposing a subsurface infiltration system kind of out near Common Street. So that will be tied into the roof drains, flow into this infiltration system, then eventually connect to the street drainage. We have a catch basin on this side near Common Street. Again, that ties into the street drainage. And then there's another catch basin that will tie into the drainage out on Lafayette Street. We've submitted a stormwater management report showing that with that infiltration system, even though we have a small increase in impervious area, that we're reducing the rate of runoff and the volume in comparison to what was originally the church site. I should note too that there's an existing shed on the site now that is planned to remain. And then in terms of curbing on the site, we're only proposing to have vertical granite curbing along the parking next to the church here and at the entrance of Common Street. The rest of it will be just paved areas. And I think we want to send this over to Naomi next.
No, it's going to,
No curb cut on Lafayette? John?
I'm sorry, what's that?
No curb cut at Lafayette? You said just Common Street?
No, there's a curb cut. We're just moving it.
Right. So there will be a curb cut there when you move it, plus Common, plus the parking.
Yeah,
Okay.
this will be an in and out, and obviously Lafayette, one way to the west.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can get in and out from the site in both these areas.
Yep. Okay. And what's the rest of the border of the parking area? If it's not curbed, like it's just concrete stops for each of them.
Up to a grass area.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
So next is Naomi. So that will, Naomi is going to talk about landscaping.
Okay, so thank you. I'm excited to be here this evening. I'm going to go into a little bit of the detail. I actually have some precedent images on this page just to talk a little bit more about how we see some of the details of the landscape working. And so to the question regarding the edge of the driveway and the parking, just to zoom in a little bit on this. One of the things that John just presented is that sorry, this is glitching a little bit. Okay. So there is an existing berm between the site and the property line. And so we want to keep that as much as possible. We're trying to actually keep the vegetation along this edge, as well as that changing grade. And so as far as the look of the asphalt, it's really going to be what we show in this upper right-hand image, where it just will be properly edged and rather than having curbs. Part of this, what we're trying to do is to have easy transitions from everywhere on the site and making all doors and walkways accessible. So we didn't want to add into any additional steps or any curbs. But again, we do have that one curb that will elevate this concrete sidewalk along the edge of what we consider will probably be the primary or the most actively used spaces. Some of the other things that we have considered in the plan, again, trying to keep all the existing vegetation on the property line by not changing the grades. So pulling that parking such so that we can keep that graded embankment. We are adding in canopy trees along the perimeter of the property. The phase 2, the master plan build out actually has a lot more trees that we'd like to have. And again, that's with it when funding comes available. But one of the main pieces of the landscape that is something that is in this first phase is an entry garden. And again, LDA and Kim will go through the layout of the church and the sanctuary, but having a main entry off from Common Street with a set of granite stairs to a landing, and then this entry garden that will have flowering trees, shrubs and perennials. The walk from the corner of Common and Lafayette will also be an accessibly graded sloped path that can bring you up into the entrance to sanctuary, as well as to the communal spaces on the back of the church. We do have an entrance off from Lafayette, again with a set of granite stairs, not as large as the sort of the grander set that's off from Common, but simple set off from Lafayette, and also again a series of accessible paths to get you into the various doorways. We do have some simple lighting, which we're showing in these precedent images down below to illuminate the parking area, and then lower level lighting in and around the garden area. These will just be path lights throughout the garden. One of the main things that we did as far as the site planning was concerned, again, moving the building out and not filling then the rest of the space with asphalt, was to retain as much open space and flexible open space in and around the church for both infiltration of stormwater, but also for future potential uses like playgrounds. Again, LDA will get into the function of the community space, the fellowship hall, and the way in which we're trying to open this area up, this lawn out for function, so that there can be a spill out and just a simple lawn for that purpose. I'm going to go ahead to, this is the landscape plan that was submitted for your review, which does show the species and the sizes of the trees. We are, proposing New England natives, as well as one London plane So it is, yeah, a very sort of tried and true street tree. And the caliper sizes, we have some smaller ones for the flowering trees that are in and around, again, the garden space, but 2.5 to 3 inch. And then hopefully what we're proposing for the larger street trees is 3 to 3.5 inch. And I think with that, I'll pass it over to Kim.
Thanks, Naomi. Okay, are you all seeing my floor plans? Great.
Yeah. Yep.
So I am going to walk through the floor plans for phase 1 and then also phase 2, show some interior images and then flip back to the outside and sort of see everything combined with what John and Naomi have been talking about and the building exterior elevations and renderings. So the building here, I have all the floor plans for phase 1 showing, just so we could walk through them quickly. The first floor obviously is our main activity floor for the first phase. And as Naomi and John spoke about, we have several points to access the building. So this was really important to kind of express that idea of openness to the community. The church really does want to both, welcome their own congregants, but also people from the town into the building. So we have multiple access points. And basically the way that the floor plan works out is the larger volume, which is closer to the corner of Common and Lafayette, is the sanctuary. So it has sort of a traditional on-access entry into that portion of the building. And then that's separated from the lower portion of the building on the interior part of the site by a through entryway. So there's an entry off of the parking lot here, and then the entry off of Lafayette here, which really provides this sort of cross circulation through the building. The second largest space in the building is the fellowship hall, and that's going to be opening out to one of the sort of green spaces that Naomi talked about for spillover at coffee hour, kids enjoying the landscape while their parents are inside having fellowship time. And then that is open to the kitchen space. And as you guys know, the Shepherd's Table is an important outreach program for the church. So the kitchen will serve that function, but in this openness to the fellowship hall will also be, part of how the congregation kind of gathers together within the building. And then the north side of the building along Lafayette is broken down into the church offices, bathrooms and storage, and then a stair here in the corner, which accesses the basement only during the phase 1 of the project. So that stair goes down to our basement, and really the only basement we have is this small mechanical space on the west side of the building, and the rest of the foundation is just slab on grade. And then during phase 1 of the building, the second floor is completely unfinished, with the exception of one mechanical space that holds the equipment to serve the sanctuary. And the second floor is also, we don't have our stairs built up there yet. So the stairs will come in phase 2. So none of the plans really change in phase 2, except that we are building a stair in here, and we're extending our stair from the first floor to the second floor in the west corner here. And so in phase 2, when we're able to execute it, that will be where the nursery school classrooms, Sunday school classrooms, and general congregation meeting spaces will be. We have it designed so that the nursery school is sort of consolidated into the corner here with their own access points, so they can control who's coming in and out and at what times. And then the large meeting room on the north side of the building and on the south side of the building here are more for the church's use. So that's how we expand the use of the building when we go to phase 2. And then just quickly, I I have some renderings that we've been developing with the building committee here, just to give you a sense of what the interior will be like. We're very much inspired by the original church, but also by traditional New England churches throughout the area, obviously being on such an important part of the town and right off of the common. So the sanctuary here on the right, you can see is a large open space with a vaulted ceiling. These large windows here are the ones that face Common Street, and then behind the platform area are windows that face Lafayette, and in the corner is the tower. So the volume of the tower will be inside the building as well, a large high volume space, and that'll be part of this sanctuary. And then just outside the sanctuary, these glass doors lead to that cross entryway I was talking about before, and then the fellowship hall. And in this rendering, we have that set up as an example of how it might be during the shepherd's table when they serve the community. And then just to jump to the outside, again, being inspired by the original church, the tower and its location is certainly prominent on the corner of the building. Our tower is quite a lot shorter than the original one. So I think tall spire will remain our goal, but it's not quite as tall as it was before. It's about half the height actually as it had been. And you can see here the larger volume of the sanctuary with that sort of formal entry into it. And then the more sort of everyday entry into that second lower part of the building here. These doors are where the fellowship hall is, so they can open up and be part of the landscape. And then as we go around to the Lafayette Street side, these are those large windows that are at the back of the stage of the sanctuary. Again, the sort of everyday entrance. And then these are the offices and the future classrooms. The materials on the outside of the building are very traditional, New England materials, clapboard siding. We do have aluminum windows, but the idea is that, it's a simplified form of a New England church, but, very reminiscent of things that are often on our town greens. And so these renderings here are just our way of sort of sharing that character that we've been developing. And these do incorporate the landscape that Naomi and John were talking about. So this is a view of the rendering from the sidewalk on Lafayette with those large stairs bringing you onto the site, in addition to obviously the parking lot entrance, the large tower on the corner, the main entry to the sanctuary, to the entry hall and the fellowship hall. And then on the Common Street side, looking from Crescent Street, we have the tower again, and then the three windows reminiscent of the three windows that were in the original building. Going around to the corner, we also have that smaller set of stairs here onto the second entry. And then finally, this is the corner, I guess, closest to the town hall, where eventually we may have a future playground when they develop the second floor. So that is a very brief overview of what has been quite a long process for our team. But I think, John, Brian, you wanted to then do some of more of the information about the zoning table, correct?
Yeah, yep, that'd be great.
Stop share.
All right. We just. There we go. So I just want to talk a little bit about our applications, what we have filed and why. So this is somewhat unique application process for a number of reasons. First of all, churches, religious uses are exempt from zoning requirements under 40A section 3 of Mass General Laws, which contains the following limitations on the ability to regulate religious and educational uses. And what it states is, quote, "No ordinance or bylaw shall prohibit, regulate, or restrict the use of land or structures for religious purposes or for educational purposes on land owned or leased by the Commonwealth or any of its agencies, subdivisions, or bodies politic, or by a religious sect or denomination, or by a nonprofit educational corporation. Provided, however, that such land or structures may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk, height of the structures, in determining yard sizes, lot area, setbacks, open area, parking, and building coverage requirements." So what that basically says is, under Mass General Laws, the use as a religious use is exempt, but the board can implement some of its requirements as it relates to setbacks, for example, bulk, density, or parking requirements, but only to the extent that it's reasonable in relation to what's being proposed. So that's a determination that you make. So it's not like you have a blanket that you can say, we're just going to apply our bylaw. You have to look at each circumstance. And it's not like the applicant can say, hey, you can't require any parking or anything like that. It's kind of, I think it's a give and take between the applicant and the board on those issues. When I say it's interesting, it gets a little bit more complicated than that, because under our bylaw anyways, religious uses are allowed in any district by right. So our bylaw under our table of uses allows religious uses in every district. And I do want to point out, going back quickly on the zoning, interestingly, we have a split lot. So you can see this is the zoning line, and half of our property going towards Common Street is in the business zoning district, and approximately half is in the general residence zoning district. So it gets the use is allowed in both of those districts, but we don't meet there's certain aspects such as height, and I'll get into that we don't meet. So that's why we have to have that discussion with the board. It gets a little bit more complicated because our bylaw is somewhat unique. Our zoning bylaw, you might all anticipate that most zoning bylaws have a provision that if buildings are destroyed by fire, then they have a right to rebuild. And unfortunately, I have a lot of experience in this because I've had a number of clients that have had catastrophic fires over the past few years. I represent a Meadowbrook Golf Club whose building burnt down twice in the town of Reading in a matter of 2 years. And now they finally have been built. And what I learned is the rights of restoration after fire are totally driven by local bylaw. The state statute doesn't contemplate any right for like non-conforming uses or structures to rebuild. So local bylaws have provisions. And fortunately for my client, First Baptist, the Wakefield bylaw is pretty broad and forgiving for fires. Our section is 190-53. It's stated restoration after fire. And what it states is any non-conforming structure may be restored and used regardless of the estimated restoration cost, provided that the new or restored structure is not substantially more conforming than the former structure. What is even more interesting is our bylaw in that provision has no time limit. So a lot of bylaws will put a 2-year time limit on that, maybe a 3-year, but Wakefield has no time limit. So we feel that we have an argument that we have a right to rebuild this anyways under 190-53. So we really feel that we have two paths that basically, which is 190-53, which is just it's a restoration after a fire. We can build it because we can show you when I go through this table that it's certainly not substantially more non-conforming than the former very large church. And then we also have a path that we feel that we're exempt from zoning for the use and or allowed by our bylaw, but also any of the dimensional and parking requirements that we don't meet, we think they're reasonable what we meet, that in essence, it would be unreasonable to require more. So I hope I was kind of clear with that, the two paths that are possible. I had detailed conversations and meetings with this, with the building inspector and with Tom Mullen, because it is somewhat complicated, town council. And my initial argument was to Ben that, look, we have a right under 190-53 of our bylaw to rebuild. And he didn't disagree, and neither did Tom. But one of the things that's a little bit unique with, as I mentioned, 190-56 is that there's no time limit on it. So it kind of conflicts with one of our sections of the bylaw that you're probably familiar with, which is abandonment, that if you don't have a use for 2 years continually, then you lose any grandfather rights. But, as Tom said, well, but it's a separate section under 190-56. So I think you've got a pretty good argument. But at the end of the day, all three of us agreed that probably the best approach would be, rather than Ben make the call on this, to present it to the board. So we needed to have a path to get to your board. And we all agreed that the best path would be that, in essence, Ben would deny us on our arguments in a friendly way, to give us an ability to appeal his denial to your board, so your board could make some rulings on this in a public venue. And your boards could make the determination under 190-56 whether it was substantially more conforming or not, and your board can make the determinations under 40A section 3 that what we're doing is certainly reasonable in relation to the regulations. We also have a second application for a special permit, just as a belt and suspenders, for the daycare use, which was the tall spire type use. And as we mentioned, that is not going to happen for a while. If it happens at all, we think it probably will. Might not be tall spire, but it might be them. Who knows? Or it could be somebody else. But we want provisions in there for the ability to do that. It was such an important part of the community that the church would like that opportunity. So that's a separate special permit application. So I guess before I get into the table, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to entertain any questions on what I presented on path and procedure, if there are any at this point.
I don't have any other board members. It made sense to me how we got here.
I just have a question on the special permit application. I guess, so are you asking for a special permit now when it's not, if I understand this right, known, well, the daycare use will go on the second floor and it's not being built out? Are we able to even grant a special permit just on use alone without knowing, the details?
Yeah, I mean, you could, and we showed where those rooms will be. I mean, you certainly could condition it on that.
I mean, we said it was going to be on the second floor, but I don't think it showed where they,
Yeah, I mean, you could condition on the second floor. That's what we would like. I think you certainly don't have to, but I think you have the power to do that if you so decide.
And how the space gets built out is not something, normally we're not going inside the building looking at how the classroom potentially breaks out, but that the use could be approved and it could come to pass without them coming back.
No, understood. But usually when people come to us for a special permit, it's here's where it's going, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Not just hey, we want to do this at some time in the future. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around that part of it.
Yeah, it is unique, Greg. It's unique, but I think this is a unique set of facts and a unique petitioner. So, but I understand.
Yeah, which in my mind makes it almost the opposite. Like I would be more inclined to say, like, they're more inclined to know they would get it in the future if they come later. But either way, that's just for me to think about. I don't quite
a lot of it.
I don't quite understand it. But yeah.
Yeah, and to have that aspect helps with their fundraising efforts. It creates goals within the congregation, and that's a big part of it, to know that they have that option versus having to go through an application process in the future. So,
Brian, Mike Feely, quick question on the phasing. What's the reasoning for a phase one and a phase two? Is that a financial reason, or is there some sort of construction reason for that?
yeah, that's a good question. I think Naomi, you want to handle that? You're probably better equipped. I'm sorry, not Naomi. I apologize, Kim.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Yeah, it is absolutely a financial phasing solution. So the the church has a set amount of funds that were part of the insurance from the fire, and from 2018 till now, those funds go a different amount of construction. So we want to be able to open the building, welcome people in, and that's why we're going to finish the first floor first, and hope that that brings in enough interest and additional congregants that we can move into phase two with some additional fundraising.
Thank you.
All right, Brian, why don't we try to quickly go through the table?
Sure.
Yeah, because there's a lot
So-
there. Yeah.
Yep, there is. So I can go through it fairly quickly. So we've got minimum lot area. As you know, it's a split lot, as I've mentioned, 8,000 square feet requirement in the general residence, no requirement in business. We meet both requirements easily at 48,965 square feet. Lot frontage, 80 in the business, in the general residence district is required, 40 in the business. Plenty of frontage on two different streets. Lot width, we meet the requirement in both districts. Building footprint, just to give you a comparison, the old footprint was 11,700 square feet, and the new footprint is 7,720. Not a requirement for zoning, but just wanted to give you a comparison on kind of the density of what's being proposed here. Also, the floor area ratio, there's no limit in the general residence. There's a 1.5 limit in the business. The original church was a 0.5, and this is about half of that at 0.26. We revised that number today on our revised plans that we will submit for the next meeting. We'll update that. Front yard setback in the general residence is 15 feet. Business, there is no requirement. We're not adjacent to a residential district. We have a split lot, so that's really not applicable. So in the front yard, the original church was 45 feet in the general residence district. It's going closer, as you know. So look at the bottom number on the right. These numbers are kind of upside down. They don't match up. So it's 18.7 feet. Still meets the requirement under the bylaw. On the business district, it's 40 feet. And it's going down to 14.8 feet. Again, meets the requirement because there is no setback requirement in the business district. Side yard, 10 feet in the residential is required, no requirement in the business. We have 25 feet and was the old church. We're actually pulling it away from that sideline, as you saw, so it's actually getting better at 64.5, well in compliance. The garage isn't changing. There's no rear yard here because of the two frontages and the odd shape of the lot. Number of stories, we're limited to 3 in the general residence district, no limit in the business. The old church was 3 stories, the main building, and the proposed church is 2. Maximum height, 35 feet in the general residence district, 60 feet in the business district. So in the old church kind of stepped down. So in the general residence district where 35 feet was allowed, the old church was actually, the building itself, not the steeple, was 82 feet. And it stepped down to 34 feet. That's in the general residence. In the business district, it also did not meet that requirement. It was 82 feet. In the tower, in the business district, the steeple was 180 feet high. So well over the 60-foot requirement. In the new church, in the general residence district, we are over the requirement here. We're at 41 feet, where 35 is allowed, but well under the 82 feet of the prior building. In the business district, we meet the requirement on the building at 47 feet. The old building did not meet that requirement. It was 82. And our steeple doesn't meet the requirement because we are 90 feet, half the size, as was mentioned, of the steeple. Maximum building coverage, we meet that requirement. The old building also met that requirement at 25%. We're down at 16.6. Minimum open area, the old building met it, and we meet it even more. We exceed that. It was 47, and now we're 51. So as far as the parking goes,
Brian, just to summarize then, height is really the only area where there's relief kind of comes into play.
where
The rest-
non-compliance comes into play.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. Just want to net it out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
On to parking.
Yep,
Yep.
thanks for pointing that out. That's important. Appreciate that. So on the parking, basically because with churches, it's based on the assembly, the number of seats. The old building was massive, as you know. It had 1,000 seats. It generated a huge need for parking spaces at 200. We have 188, only a need for 38 spaces. And then the fellowship hall, the old building's fellowship hall required 86 spaces. Our building requires 28 spaces. And then we've got the daycare requirement mentioned as a future phase. Both required 6 spaces. And then we have the office space, and both of those required 2 spaces. So the old building actually had a requirement of 294 spaces. Our building has a requirement of 74. The old building only had 20 parking spaces on site. We're proposing 39 spaces. So there's a less need for parking based on our size. But we're providing more spaces, yet we are still not in compliance. So that's one of the other issues that we don't meet, Mr. Chair. And I hope that lays it out for you.
Okay, I think you mentioned earlier in the overview, was there any other aspect of, parking like within the border, 7.5 feet, 15 feet buffer? We're okay there. I think you said some of that may come into play, but is it not?
Let me just get to this. So no, because this is the business district. So we have a 15-foot buffer here,
Okay.
which we're required to do. When you get into the general residence district, because it's residential, there's no requirement. We might have, there might be something with our driveway opening in the residential district because it exceeds a 20-foot requirement. I've got to talk to the town engineer about that. But the only other requirement is 7.5 feet from a building. We're well beyond that.
Okay, okay.
And John, our spaces are 9 by 18. Is that correct? John?
Yeah, the 9 by 18, and we held the 15 feet off of the street line for the parking also.
Yep. In our driveway width is 24, John?
24.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, is there street parking? There's some spots out front, right? Like not legit your spots, but there are spots on common.
Yeah, and then the town hall parking lot is open too, where on a Sunday, that people park there all the time. So there is available parking in the area, especially on Sundays when Sunday events are happening.
And Saturday, 2 town halls closed Saturday, right?
That's right. Yeah, and there is parking on the street, Joe. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Brian. Was that the extent of the initial application and presentation tonight?
Yeah, and the only other aspect on height that I'll say that there is is the famous Mormon Church in Belmont case that basically their steeple exceeded the height. And the zoning board in Belmont said it was reasonable for them to exceed the height. It was unreasonable to implement that bylaw. The land court said the zoning board was wrong, and the SJC took it right on appeal, and they said that the land court was wrong, that the town of Belmont could not regulate the height on the steeple. It was directly related to the religious purpose.
That was the one on Route 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't miss it. Dave, quick question. If we overruled the building, well, I guess it might be a question for Brian. If we overruled the building commissioner based on 190-53, you'd still be applying for your special permit for the daycare?
Yes. And Mr. Lucy, if you're inclined, if the board's inclined on this, actually, I think I'd like to get it on, I'd like to have a ruling on two. So it's actually, it's actually an overruling of the building inspector and also a decision based on 40A Section 3. So kind of a belt and suspenders both ways. That's what town council had suggested.
And a granting of a special permit, so essentially three.
Three.
Yeah, okay,
Correct.
okay.
So John, can you update the board where you are with the town engineer's office, the DPW?
Well, I did meet with the town engineer, and we had a discussion in terms of drainage. He wanted us to do kind of expand our analysis to take a look at the pipes that we're tying into and make sure that those pipes in the street had the capacity. I haven't really gone through, I just received his their memo, but I don't think there was anything else in there that was all pretty straightforward.
You've got a couple things to resolve with him. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions, board members?
Yeah, I guess if you may, Mr. Chair, Chip Tarville here. What I'm struggling with is that we're rebuilding a church that burned. We are getting more parking spaces. We're tying into, it's smaller. It's holding less people. It might have a daycare that it already had. You know, I don't know why we need to belabor the fact if there's only a couple things with DPW, and the church is committed to meet and satisfy the DPW requirements. I don't see that there's a lot of debate here, in my opinion. We're replacing what burnt down. They should be allowed to replace it. You know, I think kind of coming before us is belt and suspenders as well, because there are requirements in our bylaws, and churches and schools don't really have to meet zoning, and when we go through it, they kind of do. So, you know, I'm ready to move forward to grant them permission to build and get going. I don't know that we need to prolong this. That's my opinion.
Yeah, Dave, Tom here. Yeah, that's why I asked the question I did. You know, if you read 190-53, it meets it, you know, it beyond meets it. It's far less non-conforming. And if they want the belt and suspenders with the 48 too, I don't see why we wouldn't do that. So Chip, I'm in the same place. And if we wanted to put a condition on there or just ask that they just continue to work with the DPW, I'm sure they would, you know.
I was going to say the same thing, Chip. I mean, not only is it not substantially more non-conforming, it's substantially less non-conforming, and I don't think anything in front of the DPW would change that from what's been represented to us. So, I mean, I would be ready.
Are we zoning for phase one? Or are we zoning for what we hope to have as a completed building someday?
You would, we're asking for what would be a completed building. We're calling it phase one and phase two. You know, we just wanted to be upfront that we're not going to build that upper portion right away. So we're asking you to allow for that at the same time, Mr. Field.
I think either way, it's fine.
Yeah. All the calculations we gave you include that, the parking, everything.
And really what's not being completed is you're just not building out the inside. You're building the building.
Right.
The building is there. That's not changing. Phase two would be building out inside and, like you said, maybe some more trees, but the building is there and done, right? If I
Mhm.
understood it correctly, yeah, so
Yeah.
from our perspective,
Yeah.
there's no difference.
Yeah, I agree with the board too. I mean, I was confused why the CPD came to us when I first looked at it, so.
Well, wow. So Brian, I'm going to ask you to restate because the application references 19056, which seems incorrect to me. That's like the
Yeah, it
next,
should be 190. Yeah, yeah. Well, Ben's letter referenced that. And,
Yeah.
and it's an appeal, it's 19053 is in 48 section 3.
okay. But 19051 doesn't come into play. That's the abandonment, which it has,
No.
shall require to conform to current bylaws, except that this is a church use and there's certain latitude that the board, and you don't have to necessarily meet them all, but with our discretion.
Well, and Dave, I would argue too that it wasn't abandoned. It was burnt down, and they've been attempting to reconstitute that use. Abandonment is, I think, a different issue. I think.
I was just confirming. He brought it up
Yeah.
earlier, I think, in
No.
discussions with town
Yeah,
council. But
Yeah,
I mean, there also have been a couple services on that site during that time
yeah, and
without a
different,
building.
yeah, and different, community service, which I presume is done through the congregation to clean up the site, stuff like that. So the bell is still there, things like that.
okay. So, I mean, normally it's unusual for this board to be rendering anything relative to 48 section whatever, right?
Right.
So I wonder what we're just referencing it as part of, because the permit's a separate application for the potential use of a daycare, right? So the appeal to this board from the building inspector is really to approve the rebuilding of the church, given the current plan with the requested relief. Is that essentially what this board needs to
Basically,
find?
two, that the reconstruction is allowed by right under 19053, because what we're proposing is not substantially more non-conforming than the former structure. So that's the first thing, that we're allowed to do it, that we are allowed to do it, and for him not to allow us to do it was wrong. So you're overturning him on that. And the second is that you're overturning him saying that the building can be built under 48 section 3 as an exempt use, and any regulations that we do not meet, that we went over for the board to enforce them, would be unreasonable based on what's being proposed, like the full parking requirement, the height requirement.
Understood.
And then the separate decision on the daycare.
And we'd be finding that following the fire, that the new restored structure is not substantially more conforming. So again, the requested relief.
That's right.
It's 19053 relative to the relief
Correct.
in our current zoning bylaw, and 48 section 3 allowing to rebuild, as you stated. Okay, I just want to make sure we had it clear in our mind, and hopefully somebody who was potentially going to make a motion had it clear in their mind.
Would we do 48.3 first? So that we allow the rebuilding, and then what is being asked to be rebuilt is not more, I want to keep saying more detrimental to the neighborhood, but that's not it. Because we say that so many times, is not more non-conforming
than the former structure.
I think we want to allow it to be rebuilt, and then say what they're asking to be rebuilt is okay. And then give them a special permit to allow for a daycare, which they've had before.
Which is a separate vote, but yes, I just want to
But
get
I mean, those are that's the direction I would go.
Yeah. All right, well, before we go there, I just want to make sure we were clear on sort of what was requested and where we did receive correspondence just today from the town engineer. Brian, I don't know if you saw it. There's some general comments in there. It came in pretty late, so I suspect maybe you haven't seen it. They look like general comments, nothing that like we recommend a condition, or just looking, drainage, sewage. Yeah, you're talking about a stormwater management plan, so that I'm just reading it quickly here just to see if there's anything that this board would need to contemplate. But I'm not seeing it.
I mean, if you want to put that, you know, we as a condition that will address concerns raised, matters raised by the town engineer, because we will.
Okay.
John, work with him to address that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2.5 pages here, and again, you haven't seen them, so.
Some of them
should
it
have-
might deal with a little adjustment on our drainage, or it might require a change. So I think it'd be good to put that condition in.
Yeah, the drainage, that's actually the last statement. The drainage report doesn't include enough info to properly analyze the proposed connections to the town's drainage system. So, yeah, so I think board members, we need a condition on addressing or, any DPW concerns or comments, because again, they just came in pretty late.
Yeah.
The fire department did mention the address of the property, which being 8 Lafayette instead of 80 Common or 1 Common, I don't know. So.
Yeah, the assessors has it as 80 Common.
Interesting. All right, well, that's something to be taken up with the town chief. I don't know.
Yeah.
Correct address has to be established for this property, obviously, so they know when they got a call, they know where they're going, unless they say First Baptist Church, God forbid, there's another fire. And then Concom, just recommending native species for landscaping. Again, it's not in their jurisdiction, but just making a suggestion there. So something to just take into consideration. And I will just offer one more comment, just because board members, we get these, we've done a few of them. And there was some discussion of the steeple being shorter than the other one. Is the interior structure of the steeple being considered for potential wireless communication facility in the future? A, it's an income source, and B, it prevents a tower coming up in the area to fill a gap that was, I think, once in that steeple, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm wondering if that was contemplated or could be contemplated. Should something come up in the future, we don't have to blow it out and make it twice as tall down the line or whatever, or that the structure is in place that it could support the equipment cabinet, the running of electrical lines, that kind of stuff.
So that's a really good question. And yes, we actually wanted to try to apply for that now. So the answer is yes. But when you look at our bylaw, you can't, it's not like the daycare. When you apply for a wireless, it has to be detailed carrier specification. So it's not like you can just do it, because this steeple did have wireless in there. So as far as whether it's being specifically designed to handle it, Kim, could you address that? Because you're more equipped than me to do that.
Sure. So yes, it is the church's goal that in the future they may be able to do that should the stars align. So what we are trying to do is design the portion of the steeple above the windows to minimize the amount of steel we're using. So we're looking at fiberglass, which would help with the cell signal. And we will also be providing conduit from the tower to the basement mechanical spaces to accommodate future connections. Beyond that, because we don't have a vendor involved yet, we don't have any specific equipment that we're trying to accommodate.
Understood. I think it's prudent. It sounds like you have thought of it, and that's good, because it very well could come up, and probably make things easier for everyone all around if the building's designed such that it could support it down the line, or at least make it easier to add it down the line, right? Okay, that was my only other comment.
Oh, I have one other curiosity question. What's happening with the bell?
Maybe Elaine can address that. Elaine, are you here?
Well, we love the bell. It sounds like so that you do as well.
Yeah, so what's happening with it? Is it going in the front entrance, going up in the steeple, being used? What are we doing with it?
It's very, very fragile. And so we're going to endeavor to do everything that we can to pick it up from its current location and move it. Naomi, you can help me. We actually have I think a picture of a proposed area conditional upon being able to delicately transport it. But it's such an important piece of our history. We want to keep it.
The building or potentially inside?
Outside.
Outside.
I can try to get there if you want me to.
Oh, yeah, I can. So
okay, I see it.
So
Yeah,
we're
this-
hoping at a future time to come back and ask for a permit for a sign, and we would incorporate the bell into that somehow at the front of the property.
Okay, thanks.
And the only other item on the permitting aspect of it is on the daycare where it's a special permit. I'm sure that, the board knows that special permits have to be exercised within a year or they lapse under our bylaw unless there's good cause found by the board. So I would request that the board find good cause that more than a year is warranted and perhaps put what you would deem to be, considering the fire and the economics, what you would deem to be a reasonable time that permit could be exercised.
Can't you just come back and request an extension?
We could. Yeah, we could. But you could do it now. There's nothing prevents you from doing it now. That's up to you, but we could come back, Chip, if that's what you prefer.
I mean, well, how long do you think, what's the goal?
Elaine, any idea what you might think on time for if a daycare were gonna go in there?
We have to raise $1 million. So if anyone would like to help us in our fundraising efforts, we will, if we could build it now, we would build it now. But reasonably speaking, guys, help me out here. Is it a year and a half, 2 years? Seriously, we want to build it now. We just, with the cost of building materials and the supply chain issues, everything that we had put together, we had to reevaluate based on current finances. Is that satisfactory? I know it's wishy-washy.
I mean, we could, no, that's fine. Thank you, Elaine. Board members, I mean, I suppose we could say 2 years.
Well,
if you're inclined to do so.
Could you even base it off of certificate of occupancy, say like a year from the issuance of a certificate of occupancy? I mean, there is no building. That would probably be sufficient cause that it can't be exercised within a year.
That's interesting.
So, if there's nothing inside, you can't use it.
Yeah, I think that'd be very reasonable.
And then that would hopefully give them, what did they say?
2 years. Yeah.
End of 2023, that would hopefully give them 2.5 years to hopefully get, $1 million.
But
and obviously able to come back to, not saying.
Yeah. But I like that idea, tying it to the CFO, which again is out there too. So so a year after that, which again is a couple of years from now, potentially, right? Yeah, that works for me.
If that's possible, if Brian's comfortable with that's enforceable too.
Yeah, I think that's very good idea and very reasonable. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions before I open up to the public? Because we need to do that. All right. With that, we'll open up the public testimony at this time. If anyone has a comment or question about this project, please raise your hand in the Zoom call. I'll call on you at this time. Seeing no hands, I'll close with the public testimony. Back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I will try to make some motions and feel free to interject.
Okay, well,
Any
that's why I asked
thoughts?
Brian to restate them early to hopefully get our head wrapped around.
Well, I've
but go
got them
for it.
written down what we talked about, so.
All right, go for it.
So under 40, under.
Oh, sorry,
40
Chip. Sorry, Chip, just to intercede. Just want to be
Yeah.
clear on voting members, because again, Jim's recused himself. So myself, you, Joe, Tom, and Greg, how about that? Just so that the 5 members can get their heads ready to potentially vote. So please, go ahead, Chip.
Well, under 40, section 3, I move that we allow the church to rebuild on its current site as proposed to us this evening of plans presented to us by, the plans are being covered by your face, Dave.
LDA Architects and Hayes Engineering.
LDA Architects and Haynes Engineering dated.
Kim, can you help with that?
Yes, sorry. Dated March 29th, 2022.
Both you and Hayes are the same?
Yes.
Dated March 29th, 2022.
Condition on DPW.
Okay, a condition on that now? Yeah, I guess so. We should make the same condition on. And I condition that they work with the DPW and satisfactorily meet the requirements of the DPW and the engineering department. And if they can't come to a resolution, that they have to come back to us.
Okay,
I'll second that.
thank you. Any discussion on that motion?
Do we want to clarify that sort of the second part of the 48 section 3, that based on its religious use, I guess how would you say that, any subject to our zoning regulations would be unreasonable? It sounded like that was the case law that Brian mentioned.
Is that on this, not the next one?
Correct.
That's on this. It's the 48.
Okay. And that we find that, however you want to phrase it, Greg.
Just as amended, just like however I just said it. I don't know if I could say it.
As amended.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll
So-
second that amended. Motion.
Thank you. Thank you. It's on the record and it'll be captured.
Yeah, straighten it out when you guys write it.
Any further discussion on the amended motion? All right, voting members as stated, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that's unanimous. Now with regard to 19053 and the relief that they need with height and parking spaces.
Right. So now under 19053, I move that we grant a variance, right? That's what the request
No,
for height and parking spaces and any other requirements under our current zoning bylaws that they may need to rebuild as stated and presented to us this evening.
There's no variance, right? It's just
Yeah.
We're overruling the.
We're overruling the building inspector's denial based on height and saying because it's religious that we're allowing it, and any other requirements under our zoning bylaws don't need to be met either, right?
And I think it's
No.
because it's not substantially more non-conforming than the previous structure, right?
Yep.
Right.
Because it was.
Anybody
It's a
want to try and
simple
clean it
finding,
up
yep.
in one
Yeah.
fell swoop?
Yeah, so basically that it's allowed to be built under 19053 because it was destroyed by a fire and it's not, what's being proposed is not substantially more non-conforming than the former structure. And the board determined that the abandonment clause does not apply, and even if it did, there has been no abandonment.
Something like that, exactly.
As stated, is that your,
As stated. Thank
And
you.
I'll second that.
okay. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that too is unanimous. Now for the special permit.
I move that we grant a special permit allowing a daycare to be built as phase 2 of the project, and that the timetable be allowed to be 1 year after the occupancy permit has been granted of phase 1 construction.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? Okay, same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that too is unanimous. All right,
Thank you. Elaine, you want to say
all right.
anything? You good?
I'm going to start with praise God. Thank you.
Hopefully the team's happy. Yeah, best of
We're
luck. to you.
thrilled. I can't tell you how much we are thrilled. Praise God and thank you, gentlemen. This is amazing. And thank you to the LDA and Naomi and John. Fabulous, fabulous.
Thank you, everyone.
Good
All
luck.
right.
Good luck.
Best wishes. God bless. And thanks for your patience tonight. All right.
Should we tell Jim that we deny it?
I'm gonna. Just letting him back in from timeout. Jim, you back with us?
There he is.
Jim?
He's down there.
Yeah, he's just gonna come off mute.
Oh.
He wants to continue to play in the sandbox.
No,
So we got some bad news for you, Jim. No.
Chip's
We do
leading.
have bad news for him. It's been approved.
Yeah.
Good luck. Your job is now started even fullier.
Yeah.
well, that will make everybody in the building committee plus the rest of the church very happy.
Yep. Well, and perhaps even happier that we were able to do it in one night and not have to continue. It seemed like it was something that the board was receptive of. So we were able to convince ourselves that it didn't need to be drawn out any longer than it needed to be. So it's done. It's done. So good luck. Okay, board members, let's keep moving. We have 2 more new applications and then a couple other matters. 22-62 and 63 RD&D LLC at 200 Water Street.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian McGraw representing RD&D LLC, the applicant related to 200 Water Street. With me tonight is John Ogren, and also Dennis Cataldo is here. Dennis is the owner of Cataldo Ambulance, who is the proposed tenant user of this property. This property, as you mentioned, is at 200 Water Street. There's also a small portion of property that was purchased from the town of Wakefield, which John will go over in his site plan review when he presents it. What we're proposing, this is a site that actually has 3 zoning districts. It's got industrial, business, and general residence. You will see that on the site plan. What is being proposed here is a public safety use. The building inspector has determined that an ambulance company is a public safety use, which is allowed by right in all zoning districts. So what we're actually applying for is we're applying for a finding under 19050 because this property is situated in the floodplain. We're making some alterations to the building. The use is allowed by right, as I've mentioned. We're also applying for a special permit for some reductions in requirements of parking because under public safety, there really is no parking requirement. When the public safety police fire building was done, it was based on office, which is 1 space per 250. Considering the fact that there's only a few ambulances here, 3 or 4 ambulances at a time, with staffing, there's the amount of spaces that would be required. It's not practical. It's not needed. It would just create pavement that would never be used. This site is currently permitted is auto repair. It went before this board many years ago. It had been auto repair as a grandfathered use for a long period of time. So this provides a nice opportunity to kind of clean up a building that needs some love and care and also put a use in there that's very, public safety oriented, community oriented, and to kind of get rid of a non-conforming use that's, not the most desirable along that strip. As you know, that whole area of Water Street has been improved with the storage facility. And there's other good things happening there, 97, 99 Water Street. So that whole area is being revitalized. And I think when you see what's being proposed here, this is right in line. This is also good because it's not a heavy traffic use. The ambulances are really, they're out on the road all the time. It's really a place to store them. And sometimes during quiet time, the guys go there. But when they pull out of this location, they've been there for a while using the building because they're in allowed use. So they've been there for, how long have you been operating there, Dennis? For maybe a year now? Is that about right?
Yeah, since the middle of last summer, Brian.
Yeah, so they've already been operating there. They're allowed to. And they're a very low maintenance use, meaning You know, when the ambulances pull out of there, as Dennis explained to me, they don't pull out with their sirens blaring. They're actually fairly quiet, the way they operate. So, and Dennis can provide some more detail on that if needed as we go along. So I look at this as really a down use of the property compared to what's allowed there now. The board had given a special permit on this years ago. There were some conditions put on for the auto repair that you might want to talk about for this. So when it's appropriate, I will go over those conditions so you can consider them, because some of them were put on for the benefit of some of the neighbors. So I want to make sure that we present those to you for you to consider how they might apply to this use, and make sure that you know about them in your contemplation on what we're requesting. So with that said, John, can I hand it over to you, and maybe you can bring up the color rendition of the site plan and orient the board?
Is that visible?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so John Ogren, Hayes Engineering. So this is basically the current existing site plan. There's a paved area to the west. There's one curb cut that enters into this paved area. There's a section of basically stone dust along the rear of the existing building. Then there's some culverts, basically a bridge across the river. The river exists along the east side of the property. And then this is a very odd shaped lot, but it's basically curves up and then didn't fit. So this is an extension. This is the building here. And this is the bridge. And then there's another area towards the rear of the property that's stone dust that's available for parking. As Brian said, there's 3 zones in here on this property. There's industrial, which is this section here, kind of where the section where it backs up against basically the playground. And there's another section that's business out on towards Water Street. And then there's a section here and in that back piece that's in the general residence zone. The remaining part, and this is kind of the piece of land that Brian had mentioned that the town owned, which was in the area here. This was basically gravel parking area. So this is kind of the area that we're focused on as far as making some changes on. It's currently used as parking, but because of this one entrance here, it's not very, doesn't lay out very well for use of parking. So what we're proposing, this is the proposed, is basically paving a good portion of that gravel area. We do have some landscaping out in front of the building itself. We're proposing a rain garden along here for treatment of runoff from this additional pavement we're adding. We're also adding an entrance. This would just be a one-way in to access these parking spaces, and then you'd be able to exit through the existing curb cut. As far as other changes, just so you know, there's basically a garage door on this end of the existing building. What's being proposed is adding basically 2 garage doors here for the ambulances to park in. So there would be 4 ambulances that are stored in here. So the parking and the ambulance themselves would be mostly maneuvering in this area over here. The other change is there's a bump out on this building. We're proposing that gets removed. There's also, when it was a first class auto, they added a second story to the building. That's also going to be removed. So essentially what we're proposing is adding a curb cut to Water Street, paving some areas. This section in here will be vertical granite curb, add some proposed landscaping in the front, try to beautify the building itself, adding an entrance over here with a walkway to get into the building, and then some additional plantings and enhancement along the river itself. And I think that pretty much summarizes what we've proposed for this site, to try to make it more usable.
So,
I should add one other thing. I'm sorry, I should mention, this is in the floodplain. It shows on here that says purple line. It's the 100-year flood. It's at elevation 164.90. So this area all in here is in the floodplain. So we did have to do some regrading to try to compensate for some areas that we were filling in. Some basically create some compensatory storage, so that we equaled out the volume of flood on this property itself.
So John, you guys are doing quite a bit of work on here, and certainly it will improve it by ripping off the bump out, ripping off that, who knows what it is, second story. The question I have, is there anything we can do as you do all this paving and regrading along the street edge to soften that street edge and to soften the amount of paving that comes out to the road? Can we put a little strip in there and put a couple trees in or something? Is there enough room, even if it makes it a little tight, to do that along this edge? That it's just such a hard, we've softened the other side a little bit. Is there anything we can do to soften this side? Have you thought about that?
Well, we did think about that. And one of the restrictions we had, it was kind of narrowing down this travel lane. Right now, I think it's about 16 feet from this landscape island to the property line. I mean, potentially we could narrow that travel lane down some more, and I mean, it would be pretty minimal, maybe something along like 2 feet and 3 feet, in width, maybe a strip along here, almost up to the existing entranceway. I am trying to keep this area fairly open. I know it's a lot of pavement, but we do have the ambulances and they do need to back up into these, these garage spaces. So we want to be able to make it so that they, as it is now, they're able to maneuver in here and get into the garages.
Yeah, and I don't want to restrict operation by any means, but we've just got a big long length of pavement there that if we could somehow break it, I mean, you guys are doing some pretty extensive work. If somehow we could, I don't even know how much parking you need, but even if you were to eliminate one of the parking spots, I keep pointing like you can see me point at the screen, down where your industrial business is in that corner. No, over to the left, over almost near the other building, somewhere down in there, in that space. If we were able to get a tree there and a tree down near the Mill River corner on the other end, something like that, just something to start getting a little something along the roadway.
But I think we certainly could have an opportunity to plant, a tree kind of in this area here. I don't know, I'll defer to parking. The calculations came out basically using the business, this as a business use. It would be required to have 12 parking spaces, and as I'm showing it now, we have 13, and that includes 4 spaces inside the building, the garage for the ambulances.
But John, what happened to that parking way out back? That used to be part of the original decision way back when, and I'm talking up to the upper right,
Yeah, no,
across the bridge.
this in here.
Yeah,
Because we counted that the last time when we had some restrictions with the auto body about parking cars there and
That's
stuff like
right.
that. Not
Because
that
there was-
they adhered to anything, but
Yeah, so there is parking back there. It's not delineated parking spaces. I think it's kind of gravel, right, John? It's like, it's not hot top.
It's basically, yeah, no, it's just like stone dust, and it is kind of a, tight area to really, I don't think it would be parking that you would want to use, on a consistent basis.
well, where does staff park?
Dennis, you want to maybe address the board on some of
Yeah,
this stuff?
sure, absolutely.
'Cause
So
You
first
run the
off,
place, so you probably know better than me and John.
Yeah, yeah. So first off, my name's Dennis Cataldo. I'm president of the company. So thanks for all the time and effort that you put into not only this project but all the other projects that I heard you deal with this evening. So in terms of parking, there is exactly minus the handicap spot, which we would have as a requirement. There is exactly enough parking spaces for the number of vehicles. So 4 ambulances, 8 employees, 8 parking spots. We certainly could find a way to utilize the backside of that building for additional parking. But I think, the concerns that have been brought to me about potential restrictions in that back area or residents of the condo association might not be worth the effort to try and expand the parking into those areas. But we're certainly open to options or expanded parking area to allow for other landscape and improvements to the front of the property. I also think, and I can't do the finger pointing either. So let John do that. But I think there might be a possibility on the existing curb cut on right to the east of it, wherever that is how to the demarcation. So right in that area, John. Yeah, right in there, like right there someplace. Maybe we could put some sort of a round or rounder type of structure with some sort of planting. I
was looking at that same area basically to match the curve across the way. So there's some sort of pathway that comes in the curb and then curbs to that parking basically towards the river. And at that same place, a tree, and say there's a sign there basically on that landscape, but there's also a tree there. So, you have a freestanding sign or something like that there, a ground sign similar to what was put into across the street from you.
Yeah, I think I think that's something that John would have to draw on the schematic on the site plan to see how well it fits. We may have to cut back that landscape peninsula that's coming off the building on the easterly side a little bit, cut it back.
Yeah.
And then potentially put something in that area close to the curb. I think it'd have to be, somewhere in that area that is directly under where the little hand is right now.
Yeah.
Because the further to the east you go towards that corner, the more it's potentially going to interfere with the radius of the vehicles. So they would come in this westerly curb cut, drive down the front of the building, and then kind of arc like they were going to come back out of that driveway and then go back into the garage. So, you kind of get the flow of the vehicles in terms of backing in and out. You want to make sure that the planter would be, situated in that closer to a point where it wasn't going to interfere with the vehicles themselves.
No, I could see the planter acting as a throat to that that right-hand side parking area, basically. And you're right. I mean, it would depend on how much clearance we need to get in and out of that space over where the parking is. But it seems like an opportunity. The only other one would be the triangular piece in the back of the other parking area, not there, but to the left, the far left.
Oh,
Yeah, there's that piece there, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't, I'm trying to get something out on the street.
No, but well, I don't know whether you can grab some of that to get a little more room towards the street. I was looking at that parking space near the street too, and wondering whether we could give it up. That's why I was asking about the parking out back.
Or maybe it pushes down a little bit and, you know, you park along the back lot line or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just would love to get a couple trees out there to match across the street.
Board of those parking spots, could they accommodate the 8.5? I know they're supposed to be 9 by 18, but we've seen some applications where an 8.5, and you know, you get 3 or 4 feet out of that. If all those, or some of the spaces were a little narrower, it gives you a little bit of strip up in that corner, right?
Yeah, but these are, as I understand, these are ambulance trucks, so.
No, these are employee
Staff.
parking.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
staff
employee,
parking.
okay, all right.
The ambulances, they're gonna be in the garage. Or
Yeah.
inside the building.
Well, looking at Google, there's no place for a tree along between the curb and the sidewalk. I can tell you that right now.
Isn't there a grass strip though, Jim? I looked up on Google. It shows a grass strip.
Going towards Shaw's, no.
But towards the Mill River, there's a strip of grass, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it the best and healthiest thing. There are a few trees beyond from the liquor store down.
That strip of grass is probably town land too. It's on this side of the street side of the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think you're responsible for it.
I don't think they'd let you plant in there. It's not.
oh, they'd be happy to have you
Yeah,
plant something.
whatever they don't have to pay for, they'd be fine.
Yeah,
But if it's not big enough, it's not gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's not big enough, it can't
Not gonna
sustain
thrive.
it. We don't want to create.
Well, there's
So-
trees further down on that same strip. If you keep going down towards the liquor store, there's a bunch of trees keep going down on that same grass strip. If you go,
there's about 4 of them up there.
yeah, if you go to Google Maps, it shows. But whatever.
All right, well, again, our job isn't to design it for them. We've made the suggestion. We've offered some input, maybe something for them. Maybe they can carve out a little space here and there, something they can look at.
Thank you.
Why don't we go through the rest of the application? Brian, I think you assume you're going to go through the zoning table, and you said considerations relative to previous permits. Right?
Yep.
Brian? Okay.
Sorry.
Just trying to move it along. The clock's ticking.
Yep. So, John, can I hop in there for a minute? Thank you. Just want to give our architect, Jay Bradley, wasn't able to be here tonight, but I just want to give you an idea of what we're proposing for the look of the building. We're kind of fine tuning the signage, but it won't be internally lit, be a wash sign, similar, I think, to what is on the storage facility. You can kind of see it above and right here, pretty tasteful. Certainly a much smaller building than what's there now. It really fits in, much better. We're getting rid of that piece that's on, as John had mentioned, and then I call it the, what is it, like the barracks at the top? That just because it doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's gone. That will be removed. And I think Jay will talk to you, but Jay's proposing the HVAC, that it won't be visible, be towards the back of the building. We had talked to him about that. Any questions on this?
What do you think the use of that back gravel strip over the bridge is?
Okay, so let me.
That's
show
what we
you-
had restrictions on,
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna go over those conditions for you to see. So I'm bringing, can you see this?
Yep.
Can you see the conditions?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Now you just made them, there you go.
Okay. So really, the first condition dealt with building it according to the plan, which, you know, that's gonna happen with this also, but there was lighting issues on this one. I think there was some LED signs, so we had your Kelvin requirement. So signage. There was some issues at the time when this was permitted that there was a lot of junk on the property, so it had to be removed. And that was done. This was the first thing that was put in for the benefit of the condominium association, that there was a landscape buffer installed and it had to be maintained. So we will certainly entertain a condition to continue to maintain that buffer. Right, Dennis? That's not a problem.
No.
I'll provide these back there. And then you can read number 5, that dealt with the parking out back. Now, if you remember, I think the concern at that time was that a lot of repair vehicles were being put back there and left for a long period of time. Right, Jim, you were on this, you sat on this, you remember, right? Yeah, so I think that's what, to give you some context of why this condition was written the way it is. But there was allowed to be parking over there. Limited to 8 parking spaces for employees or guests, and limited to normal business hours, which were 8, nothing back there after 8 p.m. And no lights to wash on the condominium property. 6 was regarding use, and 7 was ventilation, because it was an auto repair, operation of hours related to the auto repair. And that was just a color of the material of the building, which really doesn't apply here. So Chip, I think to answer your question, number 5 really deals with the parking back there.
Yeah, the normal business hours for an ambulance company are 24/7.
Well, that's why it said on this, it said no vehicles back there after 8 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis, do you see using that space at all? I mean, do we need to tell you how to use it, or do we limit you to use it? What are your views on that space?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any intended use for it at this point. I don't, the way the building lays out and the number of vehicles that it will accommodate inside in terms of ambulances, and the amount of existing square footage that is inside the building to accommodate for that staff, quarters and so forth, all is pretty is very much at the correct ratios. So I don't see that we would be expanding anything that would require a lot of extra parking or use back there. I can say that in terms of, usability to the site and or just convenience for convenience reasons, there are 4 ambulances slated to go into this building. 2 of them would probably be 24/7, and the other 2 would probably be limited to some range of 7 to 7. So there certainly would be vehicles that could park back there within the constraints of this initial order of conditions here, or some other thing that you might set.
I mean, I
but
guess,
they wouldn't.
my biggest concern is it doesn't become the Cataldo ambulance graveyard.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, we have multiple facilities aside from
to put
this
your
one.
junk ambulances at, or
yeah, we don't actually have any junk ambulances. As soon as they come off the road, they're usually either donated or sold to.
Everybody makes campers out of them these days.
No, with the way the vehicle market is right now, with 250,000 miles on them, I can sell them for about 3 times what I could have sold them for 3 years ago. So so they go to Mexico and they go all over the place. But no, we don't have any graveyard ambulances.
So Chip, we could entertain this motion almost verbatim.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be okay.
This condition, not motion, I'm sorry.
maybe for the tow truck part, but
Yeah,
yeah.
and as far as the leaf goes, Mr. Chair, it's pretty basic. You know, we have a non-conforming situation. It's in the floodplain. So we need an alteration of a non-conformity under 19050, and then we need relief from the Article 7 on the parking requirements for the numbers and the dimensions of the alley, aisleways, etc. So pretty straightforward in what we're looking for.
Yeah, Brian, I just would love to see what John could come back if we table this for 2 weeks to look at what we could do with a couple more trees. Does that hurt anything you're trying to do?
No, so we have to go to conservation also, and unfortunately, we're not scheduled to go there until June 9th.
So I'd want to hear if they had anything that's going to alter any of this.
Well, it could alter our
Sorry.
site plan. Yeah, so you know, I talked to Dennis about this, and you know, your next meeting is June 8th, so I think we should actually skip a meeting. You're gonna be loaded up at your next meeting anyways.
Yeah.
And that way.
Dennis doesn't want to stay till about 2
Dennis,
a.m.
that way we can have feedback, we can have feedback from conservation on anything that they're gonna request that to try to have everything in sync with the zoning.
Or if
board.
it changes the site plan at all.
Yeah.
And that will give you guys plenty of time to figure out a couple more trees, maybe.
They're gonna be concerned about snow removal. They don't want it pushed into the parking lot and into the river, I would think.
Okay.
Right. So anything else, board members, at this time? Sounds like they're gonna come back. We could, there'd be another opportunity for any follow-up questions. But at this time, if there's nothing else, I could open up to the public. Okay, we'll open up to the public at this time. If anyone on the call has a question about this project and the information we've heard tonight, please raise your hand in the Zoom call. Seeing no hands, we'll close the public testimony for the evening. So
I
back to
move,
the-
I
go
move
ahead.
that we continue this to our June 22nd, I believe, meeting.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? All right, regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. Well, thanks for your time tonight, gentlemen, and we'll talk to you in June.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good night.
Have a great evening. Thank you.
Okay. So our last new hearing on the agenda, 22-67 and 68, David H. Barrett at 1 Hickory Hill Road. Mr. Barrett is back before us.
Okay. Dave, you're on the, this is Dave. Hi, Dave.
There you go.
Good evening, everybody.
So for the record, Brian McGrail representing David Barrett. And also with me tonight is John Ogren and Joe Barrett, who you've met, who is Dave's right-hand man, is also here and is construction expert. So we're before you tonight on property known as 1 Hickory Hill. And I guess to start, to give you some background, 1 Hickory Hill currently has, let me find this before I open this, currently has a legal non-conforming 3-family dwelling on the property. And this took a little research, but because it was somewhat confusing, but 1 Hickory Hill, you can see it took me hard, it was really hard to find this because it's now known as 1 Hickory Hill, but it used to be known as 13 Greenwood Street. You can see the old assessors card going back to the early 50s. A 3-family dwelling has historically been on there. And John will go over the site plan and what we're proposing. What we have already done, we've already been to the planning board on this property. And let me find that plan.
To divide the lot.
Yeah. So I want to share that plan with the board. I apologize for this being sideways, but in any event, you can see that this is the plan that's been endorsed by the planning board in October. And what we were able to do is to divide the lot. So now the property is recognized as two lots. You have lot one, which is 14,113 square feet, which meets the zoning requirement of frontage and lot area. And lot shape, meets all those requirements. And we have a remaining lot with the legal non-conforming 3-family that is going to be raised. The legal non-conforming use is protected on this property. And we're proposing to reconstruct a new 3-family dwelling on lot 2. All this property is located in the single residence district. The current structure is 3 stories high. As you can see, we're proposing to raise it completely. It's in somewhat of a state of disrepair. We can show you some photos. It's not the most attractive or functional building. And so we're proposing to raise it to build a new 3-family, which, we're not increasing the use on the property. We're asking to do that, except for the 1 family that's allowed by right on a conforming lot. And we also have a variance application because the current building is 3 stories high. 2.5 stories are allowed in the single residence district. We want to rebuild it as a 3-story. We're going to meet all of the zoning requirements on the rebuild, except for the number of stories, which we want to keep as 3. But where it's a total raising and it's not a 1 or 2 family structure, we need a variance to be able to keep it at 3 stories rather than bring it down to 2.5. David and Joe and John and I worked on this for quite a while. We can bring it down to 2.5 and get rid of the variance request. The problem is to do that is going to result in a good amount of rock removal, drilling and hammering, which I don't think is going to be too well received in the area. So to me, it's simple to just get the 1/2 story with the variance. It's already 3 stories anyways, instead of resulting in blasting or hammering in the area. So
okay, so I have to ask, why does reducing a 1/2 story cause blasting as opposed to just building a house that doesn't have the 3rd story?
Because we would have to, if we would lower the first level, Dave, and that would make the lower level would not qualify as a story because it would be less than 4.5 feet above grade.
Oh, okay. You're talking about height too, though, not just a story.
We meet the height, but it's the stories. And when you look at the deck, because of how the topography and stuff of this lot, that we could meet the story requirements. We've got to dig into the lot to do it, because what our bylaw says is that a basement is not a story as long as 4.5 feet, not more than 4.5 feet is above grade. So we could meet that requirement. It's just going to require a lot of excavation work to do it.
If you left it the same size.
If we left it the same size, Greg.
So you could do it, but build a smaller without having to do blasting.
Yeah. Yep. So that it says a basement shall be deemed a story when its ceiling is 4 feet 6 inches or more above the finished grade.
So, but to be clear, you could do it. You wouldn't have to dig, which the neighbors wouldn't like. You would have to dig if you wanted to keep it the same living size wise, internal volume size wise.
Yeah.
If you wanted to not do a basement, you could do it.
Yeah, and we'd have to look at that from an architectural to be able to fit the 3 units that we have, and maybe it would expand the footprint. But yeah, structurally, yeah, of course, you could reduce the height. You could do that, make it 2.5 story rather than 3.
Okay, so but just to be clear, it is possible. It seemed like you would say it was impossible to do it. It is possible.
Yeah, I just don't know how we would. I'm not saying we can't do it. We'd have to look to see with an architect how we can fit the 3 units within the 2.5-story building. I don't know if we can do that within the same footprint that we're proposing.
Understood. I was just, the way you phrased it is,
But
we can make it 2.5. but we have to
structurally, you could
blast
build a
to make it-
1-story building if you wanted to, whether you
Yeah.
can functionally fit three units.
No, exactly. That's my point. But as Dave was saying, you phrased it as you couldn't do that. And
Yeah.
I mean, there are other options than looking for a variance and getting the same. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't need the variance.
Yeah. You could, there's possibilities of that, Greg. Yeah. Yep. And the only reason I show you the plan, because, this has already been endorsed by the planning board, and to the planning board's defense, it's not like the planning board approved this lot. The planning board didn't have a choice. It's an approval not required plan, meaning that their approval was not required because it met the requirements of zoning. So I don't want to misrepresent this, like, oh, look, the planning board's already approved this. The planning board didn't approve it. There's no approval required. They were under the law. They had to endorse this because these lots meet the zoning requirements in the town of Wakefield. So you're not creating the lot. They're not. The zoning bylaw allows that lot to be created.
Brian, if this building basically, which is made up of 3 units, stepped down the hill as opposed to just this one step, and the upper section basically is one building, would it make more sense to step down the hill and maybe gain something out of that without doing, it is rocky up there, there's no doubt about that. Would we be able to find a way to help this a bit?
We can discuss that. I think I'd like to show you the site plan first to familiarize that, and then, we can discuss that, and maybe Joe Barrett can give some input on that because he builds these things. So, we'd have to look at a redesign architecturally, which, Dave, to accommodate, you're willing to look at some of those potential options, right?
Yeah, I think that we probably decided to go with what we thought was the best option. But again, if you want to get technical about it, why we did it this way, I would probably throw Joe on there about if you have questions about that.
Okay, why don't we start with the site plan so the board can get familiar with where it's situated on the property. So, John, can you bring up your site plan and go over it, please?
I can. So just to get an idea of existing conditions, this is the existing house, the footprint, kind of the existing driveway to the driveway entrance in, and there's quite a large paved area for parking. As you've discussed, there is some grade to this lot. It comes up rather quickly from Hickory Hill Road, kind of flattens out a little less steep and through the parking and the existing building, and then it continues on and gets higher in grade as you go further back on the lot. What we're proposing is again a three units. We're utilizing the same curb cut essentially. Basically the driveway is in the same place. We're gonna have one driveway that goes to a garage under for this unit, and then these 2 units would be at grade. And kind of what was discussed before, this first unit here, you can see, maybe you can't see, the top of foundation up here is 132. This top of foundation is 129. So it steps down about 3 feet between this unit and then these 2 units. There is some grading. We are taking a little bit of the hill out at the top here. And then essentially parking and with a garage. So there's a parking space in front of the garage for each of these units. So each unit would have 2 parking spaces. And that's, water, sewer out to Hickory Hill, and that's essentially it.
And there's no, what about lot one? I think the application contemplated something being done on lot one. Did we lose Brian? Is somebody talking on mute?
Brian was talking, but
I was talking and muted. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, lot one, the application told you that we have created a single family lot on lot one, but that's what will be built there by right.
Okay. So nothing for us to contemplate?
No,
Okay.
no, there's, nope.
Okay.
I mean, my comment on the 3 townhomes is that this is about as boring a look of a building as you can get, about as rectangle as you can get. No delineation, no, I mean, you're asking for a lot and you're not giving us a whole lot. I think you can be a lot more creative in your design. I think we can maybe get the fronts looking a little bit closer to Hickory Hill rather than looking at the side of one of the units. This is a boring building, in my opinion. Flat, not creative at all, just trying to maximize the easiest building method possible.
I agree with you. I mean, I look at the units that are Valley Street that did some time back, basically. They also, in that particular case, one fronts on the street, the rest of them front on a driveway area. And then you've got the one up by the pet shop, basically the complex that's up there, which has been repeated several times as well, which is a lot nicer, basically, in appearance. I mean, I look at this and say, can we step up the hill a bit more? Can we shift the buildings back and forth, forward and back, whatever, something to break it down more than just this box?
Joe, this is Brian. So are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think.
Do
what
we
Chip
have,
is saying- well, hold
do we
on.
have
Let
a
me just
picture
say,
to
Joe,
show?
let me just say something. What Chip is saying is, there's been designs like this that, can you put that back up, John?
yeah. Gonna try to
Yeah.
find.
There's been designs like this that the unit closest to Hickory Hill would almost be like would be the front of a building. So it would look like, and then the other 2 units would have their fronts facing lot one. That's kind of what just a thought. That's kind of what that, not that that's the save all, but that type of concept.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can entertain that. Do we have did we submit the actual elevations of the building? I thought we
Yeah,
did.
I've got them. I'll bring them up. John, look, can I have the screen now? Here you go.
Yeah, I mean, so I would just say that, we tried to utilize the landscape there, with the stepping of the building. I don't think it's an ugly building. I think it's pretty good. We're dealing with a couple things with the width of the lot, obviously, so staggering the buildings may be a little difficult, but, we could certainly entertain that. I mean, we're just trying to deal with what we have as far as lot width, and, we don't want to make the building too big. We're trying to keep it, as far as coverage and stuff, it's a very small building compared to the lot size, so we didn't want to make it any bigger. That's about all I would say about that. I mean, we can certainly look at some things as far as making it a little bit more pleasing to people. I think it looks pretty good though.
I think what Chip is saying is it needs to be, Chip, are you given a direction to design it more for the lot instead of finding a building and just putting it on there?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this just seems to me to be a rectangular, there's no angle, there's no break. It doesn't relate to Hickory Hill Road at all. It looks into the back of the next lot. Not understanding what type of house is going on that, what does the number 2 unit here look at? It looks at the back, it looks at a patio, I don't know. I think too often we look at the ease of construction, and this is a rectangular foundation with 3 units on it, no angles, no nothing,
Yeah, so
bend the 3rd unit towards Hickory Hill, make the 1st unit look like it's on Hickory Hill. I think there's a lot to be done that could be a lot more creative. I didn't say it was bad looking, I just think it's not very creative.
And I would just add too, I mean, that the lot width and stuff, sort of dealing with what we had, doesn't really hold much water to me when you subdivided the lot, you made the lot width. Right? Am I missing that? Like that? There could have been more thought ahead of time.
Greg, I'm with you on that because they
didn't inherit it.
They've made the lot width it is, and then they're raising the building. Now they're asking for a variance.
Well, we just asked for variance on height. We're saying, we're happy to entertain to try to get rid of that. So that's the only variance we're requesting. But I think what might be helpful is I think we should discuss it, like what potentially could happen on lot 1, because, you could relate that. So, I think, Joe, I mean, your intention is this kind of gives you an idea coming down Greenwood. You've got a wall, right? You get the railroad tracks, but then you've got this wall. And Joe, your intention is to keep this wall, right?
Yes.
So we want to keep this wall. Your intention is to keep this buffer as much as you possibly can, right?
Yes.
So really the goal with the new house is going to be to kind of orient it, to keep this buffer in place and the wall in place and really orient it towards, although the frontage will be on Greenwood, to kind of orient the front door of the house onto Hickory Hill. Does that make sense, Joe and Dave?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And preserve this buffer for that whole neighborhood with a lot of these significant trees to keep them intact. That's kind of just to give you a picture of what's contemplated as a whole.
And doesn't that go back towards what Chip was saying with that first, I don't know if you want to call unit number 1, lower unit, its side is oriented towards Hickory Hill.
Yeah, I hear you on that, Greg. Yeah, I do. That's why I don't, that point's well taken.
Okay, no, well, but I understood, but that just confused me when you said their intention was to orient it. I don't know.
Yeah, is it possible to put all the garages, entering from the back? Hide them from Hickory Hill. Don't have the garage doors as being at the front entrance. I don't know. It's just very uncreative to me. That, yeah, the design and the look is okay, but there's nothing creative to 3 units, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so I mean, we'll look at it, right, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we tried to come up with the best solution. It may not be as creative as people want it to be, but I thought the front of the building was pretty good. What did you think, Jim? The front of the building?
It's not the front of the building, though. It's the side of the building and the way it's oriented. I'm trying to figure out whether you can take the first unit in and rotate it 90 degrees, basically, so it faces the street. And, but then you've got the grade working against you and staircase and the like. you don't want to walk up 3 stories to get in the front door. But,
I mean,
you know,
that facade,
can you
that
get
facade
that,
look, go ahead, Joe, sorry.
can you get that character on the street side? So it's sort of like some of the Valley Street buildings we were dealing with, basically, and get them on the side street. So how do we, you know, how do you do it? And the way you work it is you step it into the hill, you rotate and provide some of the architecture to the street. But I mean, we're looking at the front of this, theoretically the front, because that's where the front door is, but it's not really the front in relationship to the street. It's the front to the side yard. There's got to be something here that you can do better. I can't visualize what it is at this point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think today we had a long discussion with John Ogren about the engineering part of it. And I think there's some restrictions there, but I think that, you know, I personally think that this front side looks pretty good. It's not, I wouldn't call it, I mean, if anything, you'd call it busy. It's got a lot of trim and a lot of dormers, and so maybe we could implement some of that on the Hickory Street side.
Why don't you just keep it, why don't you just dress up that gable end? I don't even think you can see it that well from the street, can you? Isn't that way up at the top of the hill? Is it
You
far
mean the
away?
front here? Or
No, the gable. Keep going all the way to your right, bottom right. Yeah, right there. Dress that up to look like the front of the building. That'll look like the front. I mean, that's just my opinion. But whatever.
You really can't see this building too much anyway. So, you know, it's a pretty big lot and set back. But we understand the criticism, we hear it, and we'll see what we can do with it. I think it's pretty clear that the board's not satisfied with this design. I think we've got the message. So, you know, we've got to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
We don't have to belabor the point anymore, do we?
No, you don't. We get it. Yeah.
Okay. Then,
Right, you're just looking for relief on from 2.5 to 3. Is that it? Is that one of it? From 2.5 to 3?
Yeah, that's the only variance relief that we're seeking, Joe. Yeah.
So if you got it to 2.5 stories,
they'd still need a finding. But again, that threshold.
We still need a
is different
finding.
than a variance.
You know, yeah, we still need a finding because
is that third story considered a third story, even though it's basically all roof?
By the definition of a story, it sounds like it is.
Yeah,
it's what's inside, right? It's what's inside.
It's not considered.
Yeah, that gets to the point of like the height clearance and stuff like that. I mean, you know,
I thought that was a half a story since it's mostly roof and gables.
Yeah, we looked at that, and you know, quite honestly, we tried to make an argument that it was only a half story, but Joe, we couldn't do that, right?
No, it's you know, it has to do with ceiling height, and but it's considered a story.
Well, we'll look at that too. So
maybe one of the solutions is unit 1 is smaller than the rest of the units. It's just laid out differently. So there's a lower level for, you know, the living level, and the whole thing just pushes down some, basically. Something that makes it, I don't know what you're talking about for bedrooms in these number of bedrooms at this point, but maybe it's got fewer bedrooms or something like that, or the upper level attic, whatever, basically becomes part of the first floor. I don't know. It's something about breaking this up more. And, you know, I agree that maybe this is a little too busy too at the same time.
Okay. Once again, I think they've gotten the point.
And
it's getting late. So
we get a lot of clear.
Hey, bro, is this rental or condo?
Condo.
This will be for sale.
Yes,
yeah.
condo.
Oh, okay.
All right, were there
I think, you know, I just wanted to make the point from because I don't know if it was made strong enough, but what's there is almost unrepairable. It's a mess. And, you know, I think this is a tremendous addition to this neighborhood.
Appreciate that, David. It's just, again, we have an opportunity to try to, you're before us, so there's an opportunity for us to just try to make it the best that it can be under the
Okay.
circumstances, you know? And if you're willing to take a look at the layout and the design, the engineering aspect and the design and how it could possibly fit on the site in a different way, then we'd be happy to hear that maybe next time. And then we'll go from there, because again, the request for relief is on the half story. The finding is usually pretty straightforward, given the facts. But I think we take another look at it. If you guys can take another look at it, we'll recircle on the next meeting, or if you need more than that, and we'll see where things stand. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right. Brian, was there anything else, other plans or any other?
No, I just showed you a picture of the existing house, just so you can see it, because you really can't see it from the street, as Joe Pry said. So,
right.
You know, as Dave said, what's there now is not the most attractive and situation, but I agree with you. We'll try to make it the best we can. That doesn't mean that you can build something that's not the best it can be. So, understood.
All right. If there's nothing else at this time, board members, we can open up the public testimony. If any member of the public wishes to be heard, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting and I will call on you.
Got one.
All right, I see 12 Greenwood Street. I'm going to ask 12 Greenwood Street to please identify your name. I think we get your address.
Mute.
You're on mute.
Hi, I'm Karen Daly, and I live obviously at 12 Greenwood, and I'm across the street from this lot, directly across. So this has been informative. I have a couple of questions. I'm thrilled to hear about keeping that buffer, those trees and that wall, but I have a question about, does that become the property owner? If that lot gets built, does that land then belong to whoever owns the house? And could they potentially take out those trees in that wall? Or is that needed to be saved? And how much rock ledge will be required to be blasted to build these buildings? Atwood was a disaster. I work from home and the blasting was really intense. So knowing that this would be across the street would be a concern.
So I can answer those, Mr. Chair, if you like.
Yeah, I was going to defer again, two separate questions. One is the buffering on lot one, and two is amount of blasting potentially or engineering. Yeah, the grading. Okay, go ahead.
So to answer the question on the buffer, Joe, and you can embellish on this a little bit, but the intent is to develop that lot by preserving the wall and the buffer. The owner, like any owner, can take down trees or do anything, but I think that's going to be designed in a way that they're not going to want to do that, because that wall is going to be an integral part of how that house is going to be built, right, Joe? So I mean, I don't know how anyone would even take down that wall. They need that wall to protect their topography, or their whole lot would kind of just fall in the street, right, Joe?
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe you can kind of take it from there if you would.
I just think we would plan on leaving that buffer. I mean, obviously the grade goes up there, so we wouldn't be taking out any of that. I don't think the homeowner, whoever buys the house, would want to do it anyway. It would take away their privacy pretty much too. So the way this house was built would probably leave that grade in the back just the way it is. And that's the way I think, it should be left. Obviously, people can come in and do stuff, but we don't have any.
Don't you think the house would be kind of built a little bit closer to Hickory Hill?
Yes, it'll be pulled, as close to Hickory Hill as possible, pretty much. So
are you putting a retaining wall in below the three buildings to protect that from the single below?
There is a small, as it sits now, obviously, I think we're gonna do some, we're gonna go back to the drawing board a little bit on this, but as the one it showed right now, there is a small retaining wall just for the driveway, but nothing big, no.
And then the other question I have is that the house that exists now is 2,943 square feet. And the proposal for the building up on the hill is 54 with the 3 units at 1818. So is that difference of 2,500 square feet the new 3rd floor, or is that size overall? I'm not quite sure where that 2,500 comes in.
Well, that will be, John, do you have your plan? Can you put it up?
Is it by adding the story, the 3rd story? Is it height that way, or is it the lot itself is growing as well?
Do you have a table here? Do you know there's a table? You get the zoning table, John?
Yep.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of a mix. I wanted to see what the building coverage was. So you can see the proposed building coverage is increased there from 7, but part of it's probably the volume and the height too for the differential in size. I think it's a combination of both.
And so that the three unit up above, those trees in front, obviously some of that will have to come down, yes? I mean, will there be new planting up there to add some
John, can you show the site plan?
character to the front? I imagine those trees would have to come down when you're building.
Yep.
There's some old trees up there.
John, why don't you go to the existing plan, maybe? That might, please. There you go. So you're talking about some of the trees on the lot, Miss?
Yeah, I know I'm pointing at that. You can see me.
I
but,
know. Let John point for you, John.
Okay.
Right
I mean,
there?
well, that's that weird corner where the parking is. Like I imagine those will come out because you're building further into that driveway, right? I just wonder, is the front going to be bare? I guess is what I'm asking. So that when I look across and I'm looking up, is it going to be this very large?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, I'm not going, Joe or John, could you please address this question?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the existing trees, I think there's just 18-inch out front with the new driveway that would be eliminated. Probably this 24-inch pine would be saved.
Okay.
This 18-inch pine, there's some slight grade changes there.
Yeah.
But potentially that could be saved too. We're pretty close to grade in here, so that again, this 30-inch maple could potentially be saved. And then as you go further back on the lot, I don't see that any of these trees being, disturbed. There are some in the area close to the footprint of the house that would be removed.
And will building this, the 3 unit, will that require blasting? Just to do that first unit to go below, will that require some blasting?
So the way we have it now, this goes back to the 3-story thing. We are limiting the amount of that as best as possible.
Okay.
We only have to cut maybe 8 feet or so on the back. That's really the worst spot, is at the top of the lot there. So we probably wouldn't blast. We'd probably hammer that. So it'd be,
I don't know which is worse.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's a catch-22 with that stuff, but.
Okay. And if the lower lot has a single on it, I'm sorry, that front door will face Hickory, their address will be Hickory, or are they facing Greenwood?
if frontage will be on Greenwood, I think the intent is to face the house towards Hickory.
Okay,
So the number of the house will, that's assigned by the town. We don't control that.
okay.
My guess would be, it would probably be a Hickory address.
And is there any plan to put a sidewalk in on that side of Greenwood Street? No, leave
No,
it as is?
no.
Okay,
We wouldn't have the ability to do that. I don't think there's any right of way room. And quite honestly, it would go well beyond the scope of this project.
so this lot will own right to the wall? They'll own that whole frontage?
John, do you know where the wall is in
You're
relation?
talking about the wall out on Greenwood Street?
Well, how far, I mean, they own all the way to the railroad tracks, basically, right? So they'll own that
Right.
whole walk ledge behind?
Yes, they'll own that whole lot, correct. If you're concerned that you would eventually see two lots there, you won't.
Okay. No, I was more concerned about taking out all that rock ledge in the back. It's a buffer, a
Oh, yeah,
little bit of a
no.
buffer for the train, but that's the amount of blasting and digging that would happen. I just thought they were gonna level it, and I was concerned about,
No, Joe, I mean, we're not planning on touching that ledge in the back of lot one, right?
No, absolutely not. The house, would sit in the front there. Yeah, right, exactly.
there's no drawing submitted for that, right? I have the drawing for the
No,
3D, but you, okay. And will
Planning to
that-
build something as of by right, so
yeah.
they'd request a building permit and submit plans to the
Yeah.
building department at some future time, but nothing for this zoning board to contemplate, correct?
So, but I'm all for giving people information. So, I mean, Dave and Joe, do you have any idea of the style home you might contemplate building there that we could let this neighbor know since it's gonna be across the street from her?
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Does it make sense, Brian? I mean, we have more things tonight. It's 11:15 for you to talk to the neighbor rather than
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
a million
Right.
questions tonight when it's 11:15 and we still have more.
Yep, it does.
Well, I just want you to know that I have been sitting here since 7 o'clock.
No, that's my point. So Brian and the applicant can get in touch with you directly, so it isn't a rushed process and you can ask
Yeah,
as
well,
many
I think
questions
for you,
as you'd
Mr. Chair,
like.
to this, we're happy to meet with you.
That would be great.
To answer some of your questions and Joe, maybe even walk the lot. So you can kind of get some ideas.
Yes,
That would be
we'll
great.
reach out.
Okay,
Happy
thank
to do that. So maybe if you can contact Gail, if you would, at the building department and give her your contact information, then we can get in touch with you.
great. I spoke with her the other day, no problem.
Great. And we're happy to come down and walk the property with you and kind of answer some of your questions.
Okay, thanks so much. That's great.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with a comment or question? All right, seeing no other hands, we'll close with the public testimony for the evening. Brian, what's your thinking?
I think not in 2 weeks, we won't be ready. I'd say the 22nd of June.
Okay.
Brian, real quick, why, if it's already a 3-story building, why do you need a variance to go back to a 3-story? Because you're knocking it down?
Correct.
All right.
So the use is protected, but the structure's not.
The height, the amount of stories isn't?
Yeah, so once that third
That goes
story,
away
once you
once
tear
you-
that down to the ground and raise it, it's not like you're reconstructing a 1 or 2 family. So this is a 3-family and if you look at our bylaw, it doesn't have to, it's not allowed to reconstruct. The only term reconstruction is for 1 or 2 families. So we have to, if we rebuild that, our use as a 3 families protected, but we have to meet the zoning requirements in the single residence district.
Yeah, unless it was burnt down.
Unless it was burnt down, yeah.
Just
Don't give them any ideas. All right, anything else before we entertain a motion to continue?
No.
So please make a motion to continue.
Oh, Chip's on mute, so I'll move we continue to June 22nd.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Chip,
I made a nice motion on mute. Yes.
so now all you have to do is say yes, okay. All right, and I say yes, so that's unanimous. Thanks for your patience tonight and hanging with us this late. We'll talk to you next month.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right,
Thank
have a
you.
good one.
Take care.
Okay, board members, that's the remaining hearings. Now we have a few other matters. 21, 29, 30, and 31, 500 Main Street, M Bar Wakefield, otherwise known, I believe, as Santander Bank. Discuss temporary occupancy.
Okay, so Bob, you're here, right? Turn your camera on. Bob Santinelli and Tom Chiunda, who's our architect.
Can you hear me?
We're here because the building is getting close. The bank, Santander, is moving out of their, wants to move out of their current location on Main Street. They have some goals to be in that building by June 13th. So what's happened is Bob has worked extremely cooperatively with the engineering and DPW department, not only going above and beyond what we think his conditions were, but he's making a significant contribution to the reconstruction of Richardson Street across from his building and the sidewalk across the street, not just the one in front of his building. So it's kind of really slowed him down as a design point. So we're in crunch time for Bob to meet commitments to the bank to get them in. We've talked to Ben. Ben is fine on building code issues. And we're looking for permission for you to correspond with Ben that you don't have an issue with a temporary certificate of occupancy so that they can meet their June 13th requirement. Because with what's happened now is Bob is making a contribution to the town. It's kind of like, if you remember, he had a design according to the rail trail and all that stuff, the Main Street improvement. So when all this came together, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg, who's doing what first. And so Bob agreed that he's making a financial contribution to the town and they're going to deal with it, but it's really slowed down his ability to do all his landscaping and stuff on the site because he can't, it doesn't meet proper grade, right, Bob? Do you want to maybe kind of fine tune what I just said, if you could?
Sure. Good morning, almost morning. Yeah, Brian, that was a good summary. Basically, we got hung up a couple of days. We're off schedule by a few days, but the building department has said, okay, as far as he's concerned, we just have to meet the board's requirements for the site planning stuff. I think it's primarily right now about the landscaping. Landscaping was supposed to be done tomorrow. Probably tomorrow he's coming in and doing the empty lot. We've got 4 trees up and landscaped around the building, but I'm not sure if he'll finish that by Friday, but it was supposed to be finished by Thursday. And he'll be working the next 2 days there. And we had a little issue on the lot. We're going to regrade it and then get to the final paving and striping. And those are I think those are the minimum requirements. And we'd just like to give you guys an update on where we were.
And you meet again on June 8th, and I think we're going to be way farther along than that. The problem is the bank kind of needs to know because they need to open on June 13th, and to let them know June 8th is fine. The timing doesn't work. They don't have enough time to shift gears.
Yeah, what they want is the TCO so they can get their people in there to train them, basically, for the opening on the 13th. We're pretty confident we can make all the requirements by the 13th, even before that. But they need the TOC, I guess it is, to be able to go in and train people in the bank.
So I visited the site just to bring everybody up to snuff at this point. Tuesday, I think it was, they were pouring curbing on our curbing sidewalks. At that time, the curbing's pretty much in most places. Rough asphalt's down, no finish asphalt at this point. the other day that there were a few trees there. I saw today, this afternoon, that some of the trees were put up against the rail trail area, but nothing else, nor in the vacant lot. And that was, I think, going to be hydroseeded, at least by the plans. I don't think there's any irrigation in at this point. The bank appears to be internally, at least by today, looks like it's further along than the other day, because I saw someone with a trowel and the ceiling working. But that's as far as if Ben's fine with given some sort of temporary occupancy, the question then is the work on the outside. You know, we can still hold occupancy back. I suppose if they want to move furniture in and move staff in for training, and Ben's fine with life safety, then the only thing is how do we feel about the incompleteness of the exterior planting and finishes, basically? Do we hold money? Do we not hold money?
And
Whatever.
if I could just make a plea on behalf of my client, I think, Bob Santinelli owns a significant amount of real estate in downtown Wakefield. And all his properties are maintained meticulously, every one of them, Cafe Italia, the Dollar Tree Strip. He's always been cooperative with the town and the board. He always finishes his projects and maintains his properties in a very good state. So I just want to say, I think, hopefully Bob's prior track record with this board might hold some weight in the request for a temporary CO, because he's going to finish this, right, Bob? You always do.
Absolutely, Brian.
Well, the bank's not going to want to open looking half baked either.
Well, and will the bank even open for business under a temporary certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, I think they would, Greg.
I don't know that Ben would let the public walk in.
Yeah,
here.
that was my question, yeah.
All right, but he may allow furniture and staff to work in there. But I'm not sure that he'd want the public in there.
He might though, Jim. I don't want to miss, our goal is that
No,
we want
I'm
to
not-
without a limitation, Greg. That's what we're asking. That if Ben allowed the public to go, if Ben said you can open under your temporary CO and the bank wanted to, that they could. That's what we're requesting.
And what's the reason we're not farther along with paving and planting and everything else?
Well, Bob, why don't you explain the hiccups on Richardson Street with,
Yeah, but the parking lot doesn't have anything to do with Richardson Street. The
well,
paving
it does,
doesn't.
because you got the grading chip.
The planting doesn't have anything to do with Richardson Street.
Chip, they can't do the Richardson Street side of the landscaping until that sidewalk is in, and the town can't put the sidewalk in until they do the street and the other sidewalk. All three items have to be done at the same time, the two sidewalks and the street. And we could put the plantings in and then rip them up when they do the sidewalks, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
And when are the sidewalks getting done?
I didn't get an answer from Bill Renault, but I believe it's a priority for them.
So Bill's doing them, not you.
That's correct. I was doing them as I did Main Street. And then Bill called me, and what they're going to do is upgrade the street, and in conjunction with the rail to trail, do that little park across the street on Richardson, the little park in front of the junior high, the middle school. They're gonna put trees in there instead of the 3 trees in front of the bank.
So these sidewalks might not get done by the end of the summer.
Isn't rail to trail 2026 now?
Yeah, but we're not doing anything to the rail to trail. They're just.
No, but you said the streets are being done, stuff can't go in, plantings can't go in until the streets are done. Streets and sidewalks will be done with rail to trail, and from my albeit limited understanding, rail to trail isn't until 2026 now.
No, I don't think they're gonna be done. I think that was misstated or misunderstood. They're not gonna be done with rail to trail. What Bob said is they're gonna do improvements on the park, kind of getting ready for the rail to trail across the street.
Correct, Brian. Thank you for.
So what happened is Bill Renault and, Bill's great to work with, and he actually contacted Bob and said, I think a better way to go about doing this street, Richardson and the sidewalks, is to let us, the town, do it, and you make a financial contribution. Right, Bob? You're making a financial contribution.
I'm still on mute.
Right, Bob, is that correct?
What was the question again?
You're making a financial contribution to the town towards that street work and sidewalks on Richardson
Yeah.
Street.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That he's
And
worked
what
out with
about the
Bill.
sidewalks on Main Street?
I'm doing all of Main Street, and that relates to the question you just asked about the lot. We had a hiccup, if you will, set us back 2 days, the last 2 days. We think it's been resolved, and they'll regrade the parking, and it has to do with basically getting an incline where the water will run in the direction they want it back to Main Street. Part of that issue is that the sidewalks are so wide, 10 feet wide. I don't know if you know Main Street right there. It's a very high crown. If you want to go down and take a look at it. And if you look up Main Street towards the lights, you can see we've lost a lot of the street. If you move that curb out from, it looks like it's like a 6-foot sidewalk up there. We could move it out 4 feet. All of a sudden that crown comes down quite a bit. It was noted. I think it's been corrected. We'll find out for sure in the morning, and we'll be back on schedule doing that. They'll pour, as Jim said, they poured half the sidewalk, and it looks nice. We could land a little plane on there. But now they're going to go and do the rest of the sidewalk once we confirm the parking grade, and then they'll regrade the parking on Main Street side. It's okay on the Richardson Street side. Then we can finish the paving and do the striping.
And that's all your work, not the town's work?
Pardon me, Chip?
That's all your work, not the town's work?
All my work.
Okay.
Plus the lot next door, the guy's coming tomorrow with his 40 tons or 40 loads of loom. Gonna do that and hydro seed it. That will be tomorrow. The superintendent, I talked to him this afternoon, said he'd be coming tomorrow. I mean, just been delayed 2 days, so the landscaping would have been done when you were there, Jim. But the only thing that won't be done is, well, I shouldn't say it won't be done. I don't know when it'll be done, but it will be done because the town's doing it on the Richardson Street side. That landscaping, we can make it look pretty, but it won't be I don't think it'll be the plants that were designed by Emmanuel to go in there, because they might just have to dig them up if the elevations are different. So we're going to wait on that part, but it'll look nice. They'll make it look nice. The contractors are pretty good.
So what are you gonna have for sidewalks on that side till the town decides to do it? Nothing?
Nothing. They'll go across the street, they'll cross Richardson and go up there's an asphalt paved sidewalk on the other side of the street. Because that sidewalk is a 10-foot sidewalk. And originally, the engineers for the rail to trail wanted a 14-foot sidewalk. Bill Renault said, no, I don't think we need it that big. And we went to a 10-foot sidewalk, which is really enormous. If you haven't been down there, I'd suggest get out and take a look at it.
Oh, I have. I've been watching your progress.
Oh, thanks.
But there were guys out there with trowels pouring a sidewalk. So where's it going to end? At the front door, but it won't go.
No, it's going to go up to the hydrant past we moved the light. I don't know if you know where the street light is. We moved that street light to the north, closer to the center of town. And the sidewalk will go up beyond the street light and basically goes to where the hydrant is. And that's lot 2 of this parcel.
No, but on Richardson.
Oh, on Richardson, I'm sorry.
I saw them pouring something the other day. I was there too.
Yeah.
But you're saying it won't exist at all, or it's going to exist?
We poured the ADA grading, which is significant, in one panel to the east. Okay, so that the town could easily hook up to that one panel. The panels are like 10 feet or something like that. I know. But we poured all in front of the bank, the curve where the handicap ramp goes down, and another panel to the east. So people coming down that sidewalk wouldn't go up Richardson on the southern side of Richardson Street. They'd cross the street and then go, if you wanted to turn east, you'd go up, there's a there's a existing asphalt sidewalk there. Yeah,
This help up.
yeah,
There's a 10-foot sidewalk you're talking about.
that's right. And right about there, we poured.
Where, Bob? Right here?
No, further to the west, yeah, lower. Yeah, right about there. Oh, there's the crosswalk. See that crosswalk? We're one panel above the crosswalk in concrete, so we stopped right there.
You're right here about, Bob?
That's right. Right about there. So they go across the street to the sidewalk on the other side, which is there, existing.
So this is what's gonna be finished tomorrow, Bob, the sidewalk all the way here?
I don't know when it's already done in front of the bank. That's
Oh, I
all.
got you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you go to the north, towards
Yeah.
the town, they didn't do that because that's when you go over to the parking lot, we wanted to make sure we had the elevations right, so we didn't have to rip up concrete.
And this is the side, and this is the landscaped area you're talking about right here,
Yeah.
Bob.
Right. They may, if you want it landscaped, we'll landscape it now.
Yeah, I don't know why you can't landscape that prior to the sidewalk going in. I don't think we have, I mean, it sounds like the town's gonna be a while before they finish that sidewalk.
I wish Bill was on. He asked me to have Jim McBain give him a call when we were talking about this, because we talked about the trees which were in the order of condition. And I don't think that conversation took place, but I'm sure he'd be willing to talk to anybody on the board about when this will be done.
It's not gonna be decided tonight. So Brian, it's getting pretty late. Can you try to summarize again?
Yeah,
What
I
you
mean,
need.
Succinctly, because you're asking us to write a letter and say,
I'm asking you.
the conditions aren't met, the conditions aren't met. But you're
Yeah.
asking us to make a recommendation to the building inspector to issue a TCO based on what surety do we have that they will be done and by when? Aside from the town doing the Richardson stuff, when's the other stuff gonna be done, and are we holding money to ensure that it gets done?
Well, I think what you could do is you could issue you could say that you have no issue with a temporary CO issuing for 90 days, because that's what Ben requires, and then we will come back, hopefully be done or come back within that time frame to report where we are. Because we need to clarify with Bill Renault when he's going to be able to get this stuff done on Richardson Street. We just
I don't
don't.
think you have to hold any money, Mr. Chairman, because it's already in the contract with the GC that this is work they're doing. They're going to pave that lot. It's already got the binder, the first portion down.
Yeah,
I think your leverage is that it's only a temporary CO.
Yeah.
So
I know, but we've done this in other projects and we were holding back units in buildings, and we were, there was something that we were holding back that said, you gotta finish. We'll give you this, but we were holding something back.
Well, you
Right.
can hold back the permanent CO, certificate of occupancy.
yeah, and this is a commercial building, so bottom line is if that temporary CO gets pulled, they're out of there pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, I think this is a little different than the units too, with it only being single occupancy. Like I was thinking the same thing as you, but with it being just a single occupant whose business depends on it. And I mean, if their business reputation, if we pull their CO, whereas, yeah, at Foundry Street, there was nothing to hold them back from just continuing to issue or to sell
Yeah,
units.
I mean, yeah, I'm with you, Greg, that Santander's not gonna allow Bob not to finish.
Yeah, if they have to get out, they're gonna be pretty pissed.
They're not gonna pay, or they're not gonna pay rent.
Yeah, breach of contract or something. Yeah.
So-
I'm not okay, but I think everybody's pushing to the right conclusion here.
All right, so Brian, what are the items?
The items to finish?
Yes.
Well,
there's a lot to finish.
yeah, there's a lot to finish. You get the final pavement, you get the landscaping on the other lot, you get our landscaping. Bob, what's your story with signage?
It's pretty much in.
The signage. Hey, Tom, are you on there? Okay, that's the architect for the bank. I'm not sure if the signage is already up on the bank.
No, but you have directional parking, this, that, right?
Yeah. Parking lot signage, Bob, directional.
Yeah. We haven't covered that, so I'm not sure I could give you the answer. I'm sure
Okay.
the bank, the bank has had their own internal staff working on the signage, and they have a company, that does all the signage. So in our meetings, we meet once a week to review, the progress. They talk about the signage, but they, when people are going to come, when they're going to do it, and this and that, but no one's mentioned the directional signage.
Well,
So-
Bob, I mean,
Right. But that,
in all fairness, I mean, I think what we could say is that, that under the CO, the temporary CO, the bank would not be allowed to open until the directional signage was installed.
Brian, that's fine. Let me
Because
just
the
reiterate.
directional signage is somewhat of a critical aspect to the operation of the parking lot.
It's also life safety.
Yeah, and I agree, Mike. That's why I'm saying it, because, it's like a no left-hand turn sign coming out. And
I would say to the board that if we don't have this done by June 8th or June 13th, then when the bank wants to open, then they shouldn't have a certificate of occupancy. It's all life safety. I wouldn't want the liability and so forth. What we're looking for today, or asking how to go about, is Ben's okay with everything when the board says, okay.
Yep,
He's
and we're just
okay
trying to
with
understand
issuing-
all the things that aren't
not
done.
wording right, but he's okay with issuing a temporary CO so the bank can get in and have their employees trained so that they can open on the 13th. We expect, when Brian says we have a lot to do, we have the lot, which is landscaping. We're not building anything.
Excuse me, Bob, you're gonna bring in trucks to bring in furniture, right?
Furniture's already in the bank.
Okay.
It's complete.
I think, Bob, what we're saying, to
Bank-
sum up for the chair, is we'd like a letter to say that there's no problem with a temporary CO to allow employees of the bank in the building, right?
Yes.
You're not asking, so Bob, you're not asking for a temporary CO to open the bank itself.
Absolutely not.
Open
Okay.
for training, not for.
So that's what I asked first, a while ago. Why don't we just condition it and then that the bank can't open till they get a full CO, or not condition it, but say that in our letter. We thought that's where I was going about 20 minutes ago on this one.
Yeah, I can draft a letter on that, basically saying that.
And Dave, I defer to you, Dave. I mean, because that is our leverage. They can't open.
But what are we gonna, or until we review how far they've gone, because the sidewalk on Richardson's not gonna be done by the 13th.
Well, it sounds like that was already, for some reason, around us. They're not doing that anymore. That's the town. I understand that's.
So are we looking for the planting to be done on that side of the building? Are we looking for everything that Bob can physically do that he's required to do now to be done by the 13th?
I mean, I don't think we need to decide that tonight. We decide that when he comes back for a full CO.
Well, we got to tell him what we're expecting.
I would say yes, but if he comes back and says, hey, I couldn't get this tree in because of this, then that's up to us.
Right, but
yeah, I
we're
would say,
expecting it all
yeah.
to be done.
yeah. That would be my take.
That would be mine too, and we would meet on the 8th and
yeah,
we'll see where we are. But the
That's fine.
expectation is that everything you can control, Bob, is done.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. I feel better. I feel better and I feel tired. So please, let's put this to bed.
So Dave, I'll draft a letter saying, no problem with the temporary CO for employees only, but not for the bank opening, and the board's gonna revisit it on the 8th.
Yes. Do we need a motion?
So moved.
No, Brian, I mean, just remind me, it's getting late.
Yeah, I mean, just to vote to authorize that, for you to write a letter, Mr. Chair.
I'll second it.
All right. So the motion was made as stated and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. Good luck finishing it up, Bob.
Thank you. Thank you for your courtesy and consideration tonight. Appreciate it.
Hey, Bob, how's Paul Hursty treating you? He's the super over there, right?
Yeah,
I used to work with him a couple of years back. He's a good dude.
he's a great superintendent. He gets
Yeah.
along. It's a perfect job for that guy.
Yeah, no, he's a good guy.
Gets along with everybody.
Yeah, I just saw him 2 days ago. I talked to him for a little bit. Yeah.
Nice
On
guy.
the rails.
Rails,
please.
Joe, rails.
I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for the next one.
Well, I can't talk if you're talking. 21-12, 13, and 14, 610 Salem Street, Flory Real Estate Investors LLC. Minor modifications to windows will be
Okay,
discussed.
so Peter Sandors, can you hop on, please, and take this?
Yes,
and
I'm here.
Can you be concise? Because I know you've worked on this with Mr. McBain.
Say it again, Brian. I didn't hear you.
I say, could you be concise and quick? Because you've
Yeah,
worked
of
on
course.
this with Jim McBain.
I'll set a timer for you if it'll help.
Can you, can I share my screen?
Yes, go.
Get 2 minutes.
And you're not seeing it, are you?
No.
No.
No? Hold on 1 minute. Go back in here.
Do you need to call your buddy in?
No, I have no buddies to call.
Then we're screwed.
Yeah. Share screen. Here we go. Share. How about now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what we've done is as we develop 610 Salem, there were some changes to the 4th floor where we made some window changes because of interior wall petitions and just spacing of the windows. Window change 1 is showing you that I had a double window on the front elevation, and now it became a single window. Window change 2 were 3 windows, now became 2 double windows. Window change 3 was a triple window, became a double window. Window change 4 was no window, became a double window.
Right. Peter, I know we asked you to go quick, but you're flying through the new picture. I just want to be able to, my brain to process it for more than a second.
All right, I'm sorry. I was doing a good job, wasn't I?
You were on the, what was approved, but the new stuff, I mean,
So what I've done here is I've placed the approved first, right? So on window 4, and you're seeing that there's no window there. Then when you look at the finished drawing, it shows a double window. Do you want me to go all the way back?
No. Well, unless other board members want to, but no, I just, the way it was flashing on my screen, it was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then window change 3, also on this elevation, was a triple window, became a double window.
Okay, thank you.
And this happened only on the 4th floor. And I believe it was because we were just developing that further in the process. Also, the 4th floor doesn't relate linearly like all the other floors below. So window 5, which is here, had 1 window as approved. The window went away in the final. Window change 6 was a double window, still is a double window, but the spacing changed. I'm sorry, that was 5. This is 6. So those were the 6 changes, all on the 4th floor, almost in every elevation. Singles to doubles, triples. I can review if you need.
Are there material changes too, or is it just how the program works? Because if you go over where it says window change 5, if you look to the left, there's like a sort of white space around a window on the top. It's sort of white, but then if you go below, it looks like it's a new material.
Oh no, no, there weren't. That's the inset of a deck. That's like a change of plane in the drawing.
But then you go, it's just how
we drew
nothing
it.
changed. Okay.
But no, there's no material change.
Greg, these were the only changes. Everything else is fine. That I found in the review of the drawings for civil and landscape, basically the drawings weren't dated properly. They've been redated. So this is the only thing, basically. It's very minor, doesn't and affect the aesthetics of what our intent was at all. So I would suggest that this minor modification is a minor modification and ought to be approved by the board.
Works for me.
Yep. No
Yep,
issues.
it's fine. Yep, all good.
Okay. Chair would entertain a motion in that regard.
So moved.
What?
Exactly what Jim just said, that it is a minor modification and that we approved the minor modification
Okay, so Jim's motion is seconded by Greg.
based on these plans.
Okay, which we'll need a copy of to attach to some correspondence we need to submit. So Brian, you sent these to us, right? Did Brian send these to us?
Should have, but I can send them again.
I don't remember getting them.
Okay.
Peter, could you email those to me too before you go to bed tonight?
Yep, no problem.
Okay.
Now.
Either that or first thing tomorrow morning, which is in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so motion made by Greg, seconded by Tom. Any discussion, other discussion? All right. Tom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, that's approved. Thank you for your patience, Peter. You've probably been here for 5 hours like that.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Next one, 17-39, 40 and 41, 69 Foundry Street. Discussing full occupancy.
So to refresh the board members on this, you're holding 5 units still for completion of the Exhibit A list, all of which is done. Amy and Jim have inspected, everything's done according to requirements. There's one issue that Jim has. I think there's 2 trees that need to be replaced, Jim.
Yes.
That have died, which I'll convey to my client. And the only other issue on that Exhibit A list was the infrastructure work that needed to be done on Lake Street, on the town land, the new drainage pipe, the public infrastructure on Lake Street. And that wasn't done because we had to go before the Conservation Commission to get approval. That was quite a process to do that. We now have approval from Conservation to do it. And that work is going to start in probably July because it has to connect to the culvert. And the best time to do that is in the dry months when there's not a heavy flow. So they anticipate that work will be done in July. So the board is still holding 5 units. I talked to Bill Renault today. Dave, he said he was going to send you an email. I don't think he did though. He probably got tied up, but he conveyed to me that from his perspective as town engineer, he recommends the release of 3 units and to hold 2. We continue to hold 2 until that work is done on Lake Street. And then it would also include the replacement of those trees that Jim's talking about. But the work can't be done until July. We had to wait, but to hold those units, all 5 of them at this point, we think for that remaining work, which was valued on the Exhibit A as $40,000. So we asked to release 4 of the units. We thought 1 unit was adequate. But Bill, representing what Bill wanted, Bill wants 2 held. Bill Renault. So that's why we're here, to ask for a release of 3 of the units. And when the work is done, we'll be back with a sign off by the town engineer and get the other 2 released, hopefully in July.
I should note also that the utility pipes and manhole material basically is out back stored. So material is there on site. It's on the old access road coming in from the back.
So Greg, you might remember that you and Dave were kind of appointed on this, and the last we met, we were going to talk about surety as a substitute. Instead of holding the units, but Bill Renault, who's been very cooperative on this, he really wants the units held. the 2 units, and feels that that's the best leverage to make sure that this work gets done. So we're fine with that.
Would this require another filing didn't we file that agreement with the
Yes.
deed? So
Yes.
you would have to, I mean, that's up to your client, I guess. I don't
Oh,
care.
it
He's
have to be,
paying-
yeah. Yeah.
Because he's paying for everything, right? So it's not like the town's paying for everything.
Yep.
So I guess now that I say it, I don't care if there's another filing.
Yeah, we would need a release from the board releasing those 3 lots. Because that agreement is recorded at the registry.
Yeah. And Tom would probably want Tom to take a quick look at whatever
sure.
that release is, but
yeah,
that seems fine from a legal standpoint. I don't know what everyone else thinks from a ZBA standpoint.
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, again,
I'm fine. If the town engineer's fine and the applicant's fine, then I'm good. And I'm with Jim. I've been down Lake Street. I've seen all the stuff there.
Yeah, I thought it was someone's driveway, actually. I didn't realize it was an access road.
okay.
Yep.
All right, so I think we just need a motion to, based on the evidence presented tonight, release 3 of the 5 we've been holding and retain the 2 until the remaining landscaping and other site work is done and we've done a final walkthrough.
So moved as said.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, Tom,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. So Brian, if you want to draft something and we can talk offline, get that squared away. There has to be a letter written. Yep.
Well, it's gonna be a modification of that holdback agreement for those units.
Yep, yep. Okay.
I'll send it to you and Tom Mullen and
Okay.
Greg.
Thank you. And
Defer to
finally,
Tom
NRP
Mullen.
Group, Harvard Mills, 168 Albion Street, discuss CO. Are we going forward with that one?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so I think you had designated Amy and Jim. This building's been on a temporary CO. We did a final site visit yesterday for an inspection, and I think we are done. Jim, I will speak, but he has signed off on everything. Everything on that building is complete.
Yeah, so when we were in there in November, Amy and I, there were a bunch of plants, basically, particularly the flowers and stuff like that, that we couldn't see. It was supposedly in, of course, it was bad. It was November, so you're not going to see much. But so I walked the other day, all that material's in there. It's growing. There's a little bit of trimming and a few frost materials for grasses and stuff like that. The back parking lot is complete. The courtyard's complete. It looks good. I would recommend basically that we close this issue.
any questions or comments from the board members? Okay. So again, this would be a letter to the building inspector from me on behalf of the board recommending that, based on all conditions of this board being met, that we, at his discretion, issue a CO. Right, Brian?
Per a final certificate of occupancy, yep.
Yep, okay,
And I'll make that motion as stated there.
all right,
Second.
thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Tom, how say ye?
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
and I vote yes, okay?
Mr. Chair, the only thing on that project that I potentially would suggest would be if the board was interested to do a site visit to that property. Jim's been there a number of times. The finished product on that property is incredible. And a lot of hard work on the board went into that. And when you walk through that property and see how that's all been restored, the whole building and the time, don't you agree, Jim? The time and effort that they put into that building is
No,
just.
I think, yeah, it's one of those you should see.
You should see it.
I'd be interested.
You should
Yeah.
see it, Tom. I mean, it's just incredible.
There's gonna be, There's gonna be an open house, I think, the end of June, right,
Yeah.
Brian? So you get an opportunity to actually get a tour through the whole place.
Well, I'm thinking that maybe the board would be warranted for the board to have their own private tour, just because, now that everything's closed out and they did all the permitting and hard work on that for over a year. That
But if they go to the party, there'll be cocktails.
Ah.
Like,
Brian, if
go
you
to
want to
private
reach
tour.
out to me, we can discuss that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep. Okay.
All right. Any other matters not contemplated on our agenda this evening, board members?
Approval of the minutes.
Well, I'm just getting to that next, but just want to make sure
Is,
we've covered all other matters.
Is 525 starting up Salem Street? It looks like they might be doing something over there. Do you know anything about that? Gail, 525 Salem Street? Yeah, I'm mute,
Oh, Brian, I don't know.
Brian.
They will know more than me.
Okay, yeah, there's 3 going on, but I don't.
525, it's just been sitting there for the last year. Nothing's, I don't know if anything.
Yeah, they came and they asked for an extension of time, I think.
Yeah, we did that already.
But yeah, nothing, there's no plans.
And I sent you all a status report of the things I'm overseeing at this point, so we don't need to talk about that, I'm sure.
No, it was a good summary and we appreciate it, Jim. It's good to have that ongoing punch list because there is a lot in flight even after it leaves this board's approval. Okay, so with that, we have some minutes from May 11th to be approved.
Move, we approve them.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Tom, what say ye?
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Joe,
Yes.
Chip? Chip, I don't know if Chip's back on mute. Mickey?
Yes.
Thank you. And I say yes. Okay, minutes are approved. Motion to adjourn is always in order.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
We all raise aye. Look at that, 12 a.m. Welcome to Thursday. Thanks for all your time. Gail, good luck with your daughter.
Thank you. Any minute.
It's going to be another grandmother again. So.
Yep,
Whoa.
number
Bless
3.
you.
Oh, good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Thanks.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good
Bye.
night,
You
everyone.
guys all
See you
missed
again.
about the Celtics one.
Oh, good.
You ruined it.
Yeah. Spoiler.
All right. Good night.